Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The story of a very bad boy. Once upon a time, there lived in a little village in the very middle of France a widow and her only son, a boy about 15, whose name was Antoine, though no one ever called him anything but Tueno Bueno. They were very poor indeed, and their hut shook about their ears on windy nights, till they expected the walls to fall in and crush them. But instead of going to work, as a boy of his age ought to do, Tueno Bueno did nothing but lounge along the street, his eyes fixed on the ground, seeing nothing that went on round him. "You are very, very stupid, my dear child," his mother would sometimes say to him, and then she would add with a laugh, "Certainly you will never catch a wolf by the tail." One day, the old woman bade Antoine go into the forest and collect enough dry leaves to make beds for herself and him. Before he had finished, it began to rain heavily, so he hid himself in the hollow trunk of a tree, where he was so dry and comfortable that he soon fell fast asleep. By and by, he was awakened by a noise which sounded like a dog scratching at the door, and he suddenly felt frightened. Why, he did not know. Very cautiously, he raised his head, and right above him, he saw a big, hairy animal coming down tail foremost. "It is the wolf that they talk so much about," he said to himself. And he made himself as small as he could and shrunk into a corner. The wolf came down the inside of the tree, slowly, slowly. Antoine felt turned to stone, so terrified was he, and hardly dared to breathe. Suddenly an idea entered his mind, which he thought might save him still. He remembered to have heard from his mother that a wolf could neither bend his back nor turn his head, so as to look behind him, and quick as lightning he stretched up his hand, and seizing the wolf's tail, pulled it towards him. Then he left the tree and dragged the animal to his mother's house. "Mother, you have often declared that I was too stupid to catch a wolf by the tail. Now see," he cried triumphantly. "Well, well, wonders will never cease," answered the good woman, who took care to keep at a safe distance. "But as you really have got him, let us see if we can't put him to some use. Fetch the skin of the ram, which died last week, out of the chest, and we will sew the wolf up in it. He will make a splendid ram, and tomorrow we will drive him to the fair and sell him." Very likely the wolf, who was cunning and clever, may have understood what she said, but he thought it best to give no sign, and suffered the skin to be sewn upon him. "I can always get away if I choose," thought he. "It is better not to be in a hurry." So he remained quite still while the skin was drawn over his head, which made him very hot and uncomfortable, and resisted the temptation to snap off the fingers or noses that were so close to his mouth. The fair was at its height next day, when Tueno Bueno arrived with his wolf in ram's clothing. All the farmers crowded round him, each offering a higher price than the last. "Never had they beheld such a beautiful beast," said they, and at last, after much bargaining, he was handed over to 3 brothers for a good sum of money. It happened that these 3 brothers owned large flocks of sheep, though none so large and fine as the one they had just bought. "My flock is the nearest," observed the eldest brother. "We will leave him in the fold for the night, and tomorrow we will decide which pastures will be best for him." And the wolf grinned as he listened, and held up his head a little higher than before. Early next morning, the young farmer began to go his rounds, and the sheepfold was the first place he visited. To his horror, the sheep were all stretched out dead before him, except one, which the wolf had eaten, bones and all. Instantly, the truth flashed upon him. It was no ram that lay curled up in the corner, pretending to be asleep, for in reality, he could bend back and turn his head as much as he liked, but a wolf who was watching him out of the corner of his eye and might spring upon him at any moment. So the farmer took no notice, and only thought that here was a fine chance of revenging himself on his next brother for a trick which he had played, and merely told him that the ram would not eat the grass in that field, and it might be well to drive him to the pasture by the river, where his own flock was feeding. The second brother eagerly swallowed the bait, and that evening the wolf was driven down to the field, where the young man kept the sheep, which had been left him by his father. By the next morning, they also were all dead. But the second brother likewise held his peace, and allowed the sheep, which belonged to the youngest, to share the fate of the other 2. Then they met and confessed to each other their disasters, and resolved to take the animal as fast as possible back to Tueno Bueno, who should get a sound thrashing. Antoine was sitting on a plum tree belonging to a neighbor, eating the ripe fruit, when he saw the 3 young farmers coming towards him. Swinging himself down, he flew home to the hut, crying breathlessly, "Mother, mother, the farmers are close by with the wolf. They have found out all about it, and will certainly kill me, and perhaps you too. But if you do as I tell you, I may be able to save us both. Lie down on the floor and pretend to be dead, and be sure not to speak. Whatever happens, Thus, when the three brothers, each armed with a whip, entered the hut a few seconds later, they found a woman extended on the floor, and Toeno kneeling at her side, whistling loudly into her ears. "What are you doing now, you rascal?" asked the eldest. "What am I doing?" "Oh, my poor friends, I am the most miserable creature in the world. I have lost the best of mothers, and I don't know what will become of me." And he hid his face in his hands and sobbed again. "But what are you whistling like that for?" "Well, it is the only chance. This whistle has been known to bring the dead back to life, and I hoped—" Here he buried his face in his hands again. But peeping between his fingers, he saw that the brothers had opened their 6 eyes as wide as saucers. "Look!" he suddenly exclaimed with a cry. "Look! I am sure I felt her body move, and now her nostrils are twitching. Ah, the whistle has not lost its power after all." And stooping down, Tueno whistled more loudly than before, so that the old woman's feet and hands showed signs of life, and she soon was able to lift her head. The farmers were so astonished at her restoration that it was some time before they could speak. At length, the eldest turned to the boy and said, "Now listen to me. There is no manner of doubt that you are a young villain. You sold us a ram, knowing full well that it was a wolf. And we came here today to pay you out for it. But if you will give us that whistle, we will pardon what you have done, and will leave you alone. It is my only treasure, and I set great store by it," answered the boy, pretending to hesitate. "But as you wish for it so much, well, I suppose I can't refuse." And he held out the whistle, which the eldest brother put in his pocket. Armed with the precious whistle, the 3 brothers returned home full of joy. And as they went, the youngest said to the others, "I have such a good idea. Our wives are all lazy and grumbling, and make our lives a burden. Let us give them a lesson, and kill them as soon as we get in. Of course, we can restore them to life at once, but they will have had a rare fright." "Ah, how clever you are," answered the other 2. "Nobody else would have thought of that." So gaily, the 3 husbands knocked down their 3 wives, who fell dead to the ground. Then, one by one, the men tried the whistle, and blew so loudly that it seemed as if their lungs would burst. But the women lay stark and stiff, and never moved an eyelid. The husbands grew pale and cold, for they had never dreamed of this, nor meant any harm. And after a while, they understood that their efforts were of no use, and that once more the boy had tricked them. With stern faces, they rose to their feet, and taking a large sack, they retraced their steps to the hut. This time, there was no escape. Tueno had been asleep, and only opened his eyes as they entered. Without a word on either side, they thrust him into the sack. and tying up the mouth, the eldest threw it over his shoulders. After that, they all set out to the river, where they intended to drown the boy. But the river was a long way off, and the day was very hot, and Antoine was heavy, heavier than a whole sheaf of corn. They carried him in turns, but even so, they grew very tired and thirsty. And when a little tavern came in sight on the roadside, they thankfully flung the sack down on a bench and entered to refresh themselves. They never noticed that a beggar was sitting in the shade of the end of the bench, but Tueno's sharp ears caught the sound of someone eating, and as soon as the farmers had gone into the inn, he began to groan softly. "What is the matter?" asked the beggar, drawing a little nearer. "Why have they shut you up, poor boy?" "Because they wanted to make me a bishop, and I would not consent," answered Tueno. "Dear me," exclaimed the beggar, "yet it isn't such a bad thing to be a bishop." "I don't say it is," replied the young rascal, "but I should never like it. However, if you have any fancy for wearing a mitre, you need only untie the sack and take my place." "I should like nothing better," said the man, as he stooped to undo the big knot. So it was the beggar, and not Tueno Bueno, who was flung into the water. The next morning, the 3 wives were buried, and on returning from the cemetery, their husbands met Tueno Bueno driving a magnificent flock of sheep. At the sight of him, the 3 farmers stood still with astonishment. "What? You scoundrel!" they cried at last. "We drowned you yesterday, and today we find you again, as well as ever." "It does seem odd, doesn't it?" answered he. "But perhaps you don't know that beneath this world there lies another, yet more beautiful and far, far richer. Well, it was there that you sent me when you flung me into the river. And though I felt a little strange at first, yet I soon began to look about me and to see what was happening. There, I noticed that close to the place I had fallen, a sheep fair was being held, and a bystander told me that every day horses or cattle were sold somewhere in the town. If I had only had the luck to be thrown into the river on the side of the horse fair, I might have made my fortune. As it was, I had to content myself with buying these sheep, which you can get for nothing. And do you know exactly the spot in the river which lies over the horse fair? As if I did not know it, when I have seen it with my own eyes. Then, if you do not want us to avenge our dead flocks and our murdered wives, you will have to throw us into the river, just over the place of the horse fair. Very well, only you must get 3 sacks, and come with me to that rock which juts into the river. I will throw you in from there, and you will fall nearly on to the horses' backs. So he threw them in, and as they were never seen again, no one ever knew into which fair they had fallen. So, the Brown Bear of Norway. There was once a king in Ireland, and he had 3 daughters, and very nice princesses they were. And one day, when they and their father were walking on the lawn, the king began to joke with them and to ask them whom they would like to be married to. "I'll have the King of Ulster for a husband," says one. "And I'll have the King of Munster," says another. "And," says the youngest, "I'll have no husband but the Brown Bear of Norway." For a nurse of hers used to be telling her of an enchanted prince that she called by that name, and she fell in love with him, and his name was the first name on her tongue for the very night before she was dreaming of him. Well, one laughed and another laughed, and they joked with the princess all the rest of the evening. But that very night, she woke up out of her sleep in a great hall that was lighted up with 1,000 lamps. The richest carpets were on the floor, and the walls were covered with cloth of gold and silver, and the place was full of grand company. And the very beautiful prince she saw in her dreams was there. And it wasn't a moment till he was on one knee before her, and telling her how much he loved her, and asking her, wouldn't she be his queen? Well, she hadn't the heart to refuse him, and married, they were in the same evening. "Now, my darling," says he, when they were left by themselves, "you must know that I am under enchantment. A sorceress that had a beautiful daughter wished me for her son-in-law. But the mother got power over me, and when I refused to wed her daughter, she made me take the form of a bear by day, and I was to continue so till a lady would marry me of her own free will, and endure 5 years of great trials after. Well, when the princess woke in the morning, she missed her husband from her side and spent the day very sadly. But as soon as the lamps were lighted in the grand hall, where she was sitting on a sofa covered with silk, the folding doors flew open, and he was sitting by her side the next minute. So they spent another happy evening, but he warned her that whenever she began to tire of him or ceased to have faith in him, they would be parted forever, and he'd be obliged to marry the witch's daughter. She got used to find him absent by day, and they spent a happy 12-month together. And at last, a beautiful little boy was born. And happy as she was before, she was twice as happy now, for she had her child to keep her company in the day when she couldn't see her husband. At last, one evening, when herself and himself and her child were sitting with a window open because it was a sultry night, in flew an eagle, took the infant's sash in his beak, and flew up in the air with him. She screamed and was going to throw herself out through the window after him, but the prince caught her and looked at her very seriously. She bethought of what he said soon after their marriage, and she stopped the cries and complaints that were on her tongue. She spent her days very lonely for another 12 months, when a beautiful little girl was sent to her. Then she thought to herself she'd have a sharp eye about her this time, so she never would allow a window to be more than a few inches open. But all her care was in vain. Another evening, when they were all so happy, and the prince dandling the baby, a beautiful greyhound stood before them, took the child out of the father's hand, and was out of the door before you could wink. This time she shouted and ran out of the room. But there were some of the servants in the next room, and all declared that neither child nor dog passed out. She felt, somehow, as if it was her husband's fault, but still she kept command over herself, and didn't once reproach him. When the third child was born, she would hardly allow a window or a door to be left open for a moment. But she wasn't the nearer to keep the child to herself. They were sitting one evening by the fire when a lady appeared standing by them. The princess opened her eyes in a great fright and stared at her. And while she was doing so, the lady wrapped a shawl round the baby that was sitting in its father's lap, and either sank through the ground with it or went up through the wide chimney. This time, the mother kept her bed for a month. "My dear," said she to her husband when she was beginning to recover, "I think I'd feel better if I was to see my father and mother and sisters once more. If you give me leave to go home for a few days, I'd be glad." "Very well," said he, "I will do that. And whenever you feel inclined to return, only mention your wish when you lie down at night." The next morning, when she awoke, she found herself in her own old chamber, in her father's palace. She rang the bell, and in a short time she had her mother and father and married sisters about her, and they laughed till they cried for joy at finding her safe back again. In time, she told them all that happened to her, and they didn't know what to advise her to do. She was as fond of her husband as ever, and said she was sure that he couldn't help letting the children go. But still, she was afraid beyond the world to have another child torn from her. Well, the mother and sisters consulted a wise woman that used to bring eggs to the castle, for they had great faith in her wisdom. She said the only plan was to secure the bear's skin that the prince was obliged to put on every morning and get it burned, and then he couldn't help being a man night and day, and the enchantment would be at an end. So they all persuaded her to do that, and she promised she would. And after 8 days, she felt so great a longing to see her husband again that she made the wish the same night. And when she woke 3 hours after, she was in her husband's palace, and he himself was watching over her. There was great joy on both sides, and they were happy for many days. Now she began to think how she never minded her husband leaving her in the morning, and how she never found him, neglecting to give her a sweet drink out of a gold cup just as she was going to bed. One night, she contrived not to drink any of it, though she pretended to do so. And she was wakeful enough in the morning, and saw her husband passing out through a panel in the wainscot, though she kept her eyelids nearly closed. The next night, she got a few drops of the sleepy posset that she saved the evening before, put into her husband's night drink, and that made him sleep sound enough. She got up after midnight, passed through the panel, and found a beautiful brown bear's hide hanging in the corner. Then she stole back and went down to the parlor fire and put the hide into the middle of it till it was all fine ashes. She then lay down by her husband, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and fell asleep. If she was to live 100 years, she'd never forget how she wakened next morning and found her husband looking down on her with misery and anger in his face. "Unhappy woman," said he, "you have separated us forever. Why hadn't you patience for 5 years? I am now obliged, whether I like or no, to go a 3 days' journey to the witch's castle and marry her daughter. The skin that was my guard, you have burned it, and the egg wife that gave you the counsel was the witch herself. I won't reproach you. Your punishment will be severe enough without it. Farewell forever." He kissed her for the last time and was off the next minute, walking as fast as he could. She shouted after him, and then, seeing there was no use, she dressed herself and pursued him. He never stopped, nor stayed, nor looked back, and still she kept him in sight. And when he was on the hill, she was in the hollow. And when he was in the hollow, she was on the hill. Her life was almost leaving her when, just as the sun was setting, he turned up a lane and went into a little house. She crawled up after him, and when she got inside, there was a beautiful little boy on his knees, and he kissing and hugging him. "Here, my poor darling," says he, "is your eldest child. And there," says he, pointing to a woman that was looking on with a smile on her face, "is the eagle that carried him away." She forgot all her sorrows in a moment, hugging her child and laughing and crying over him. The woman washed their feet and rubbed them with an ointment that took all the soreness out of their bones and made them as fresh as a daisy. Next morning, just before sunrise, he was up and prepared to be off. "Here," said he to her, "is a thing which may be of use to you. It's a scissors, and whatever stuff you cut with it will be turned into silk. The moment the sun rises, I'll lose all memory of yourself and the children, but I'll get it at sunset again. Farewell." But he wasn't far gone till she was in sight of him again, leaving her boy behind. It was the same today as yesterday. Their shadows went before them in the morning and followed them in the evening. He never stopped, and she never stopped. And as the sun was setting, he turned up another lane, and there they found their little daughter. It was all joy and comfort again till morning, and then the third day's journey commenced. But before he started, he gave her a comb and told her that whenever she used it, pearls and diamonds would fall from her hair. Still, he had his memory from sunset to sunrise. But from sunrise to sunset, he traveled on under the charm, and never threw his eye behind. This night, they came to where the youngest baby was, and the next morning, just before sunrise, the prince spoke to her for the last time. "Here, my poor wife," said he, "is a little hand reel with gold thread that has no end, and the half of our marriage ring. If you ever get to my house and put your half ring to mine, I shall recollect you. There is a wood yonder, and the moment I enter it, I will forget everything that ever happened between us, just as if I was born yesterday. Farewell, dear wife and child, forever." Just then, the sun rose, and away he walked towards the wood. She saw it open before him, and close after him, and when she came up, she could no more get in than she could break through a stone wall. She wrung her hands and shed tears, but then she recollected herself and cried out, "Wood, I charge you by my 3 magic gifts, the scissors, the comb, and the reel, to let me through." And it opened, and she went along a walk till she came in sight of a palace and a lawn and a woodman's cottage on the edge of the wood, where it came nearest the palace. She went into this lodge and asked the woodman and his wife to take her into their service. They were not willing at first, but she told them she would ask no wages and would give them diamonds and pearls and silk stuffs and gold thread whenever they wished for them. And then they agreed to let her stay. It wasn't long till she heard how a young prince that was just arrived was living in the palace of the young mistress. He seldom stirred abroad, and everyone that saw him remarked how silent and sorrowful he went about, like a person that was searching for some lost thing. The servants and conceited folk at the big house began to take notice of the beautiful young woman at the lodge, and to annoy her with their impudence. The head footman was the most troublesome, and at last she invited him to come and take tea with her. Oh, how rejoiced he was, and how he bragged of it in the servants' hall. Well, the evening came, and the footman walked into the lodge and was shown to her sitting room, for the lodge-keeper and his wife stood in great awe of her, and gave her 2 nice rooms for herself. Well, he sat down as stiff as a ramrod and was talking in a grand style about the great doings at the castle, while she was getting the tea and toast ready. "Oh," says she to him, "would you put your hand out at the window and cut me off a sprig or 2 of honeysuckle?" He got up in great glee and put out his hand and head, and said she, "By the virtue of my magic gifts, let a pair of horns spring out of your head and sing to the lodge." Just as she wished, so it was. They sprung from the front of each ear and met at the back. Oh, the poor wretch! And how he bawled and roared. And the servants that he used to be boasting to were soon flocking from the castle, and grinning and huzzahing, and beating tunes on tongs and shovels and pans, and he cursing and swearing, and the eyes ready to start out of his head, and he so black in the face, and kicking out his legs behind like mad. At last she pitied him, and removed the charm, and the horns dropped down on the ground, and he would have killed her on the spot, only he was as weak as water. And his fellow servants came in and carried him up to the big house. Well, some way or other, the story came to the ears of the prince, and he strolled down that way. She had only the dress of a countrywoman on her as she sat sewing at the window, but that did not hide her beauty. And he was greatly puzzled after he had a good look, just as a body is puzzled to know whether something happened to him when he was young, or if he only dreamed it. Well, the witch's daughter heard about it too, and she came to see the strange girl. And what did she find her doing but cutting out the pattern of a gown from brown paper? And as she cut away, the paper became the richest silk she ever saw. The witch's daughter looked on with greedy eyes, and, says she, "What would you be satisfied to take for that scissors?" "I'll take nothing," says she, "but leave to spend one night outside the prince's chamber." Well, the proud lady fired up and was going to say something dreadful, but the scissors kept on cutting, and the silk growing richer and richer every inch. So she promised what the girl had asked her. When the night came on, she was let into the palace and lay down till the prince was in such a dead sleep that all she did couldn't awake him. She sung this verse to him, sighing and sobbing, and kept singing it the night long. And it was all in vain. 4 long years I was married to thee. 3 sweet babes I bore to thee. Brown Bear of Norway, won't you turn to me? At the first dawn, the proud lady was in the chamber and led her away, and the footman of the horns put out his tongue at her as she was quitting the palace. So there was no luck so far. But the next day, the prince passed by again and looked at her, and saluted her kindly, as a prince might a farmer's daughter, and passed on. And soon the witch's daughter passed by, and found her combing her hair, and pearls and diamonds dropping from it. Well, another bargain was made, and the princess spent another night of sorrow. And she left the castle at daybreak, and the footman was at his post, and enjoyed his revenge. The third day the prince went by, and stopped to talk with the strange woman. He asked her, could he do anything to serve her? And she said he might. She asked him, did he ever wake at night? He said that he often did, but that during the last 2 nights he was listening to a sweet song in his dreams, and could not wake, and that the voice was one that he must have known and loved in some other world long ago. Says she, did you drink any sleepy posset either of these evenings before you went to bed? I did, said he. The 2 evenings my wife gave me something to drink, but I don't know whether it was a sleepy posset or not. Well, Prince, said she, as you say you would wish to oblige me, you can do it by not tasting any drink tonight. I will not, says he, and then he went on his walk. Well, the great lady came soon after the prince, and found the stranger using her hand reel and winding thread of gold off it, and the third bargain was made. That evening the prince was lying on his bed at twilight, and his mind much disturbed, and the door opened, and in his princess walked, and down she sat by his bedside, and sung, 4 long years I was married to thee. 3 sweet babes I bore to thee. Brown Bear of Norway, won't you turn to me? Brown Bear of Norway, said he, I don't understand you. Don't you remember, Prince, that I was your wedded wife for 4 years? I do not, said PG 131, he, but I'm sure I wish it was so. Don't you remember our 3 babes that are still alive? Show me them. My mind is all a heap of confusion. Look for the half of our marriage ring that hangs at your neck, and fit it to this. He did so, and the same moment the charm was broken. His full memory came back on him, and he flung his arms round his wife's neck, and both burst into tears. Well, there was a great cry outside, and the castle walls were heard splitting and cracking. Everyone in the castle was alarmed, and made their way out. The prince and princess went with the rest, and by the time all were safe on the lawn, down came the building, and made the ground tremble for miles round. No one ever saw the witch and her daughter afterwards. It was not long till the prince and princess had their children with them, and then they set out for their own palace. The kings of Ireland, and of Munster, and Ulster, and their wives soon came to visit them, and may everyone that deserves it be as happy as the Brown Bear of Norway and his family. Little Lasse. There was once a little boy whose name was Lars, and because he was so little, he was called Little Lasse. He was a brave little man, for he sailed round the world in a pea-shell boat. It was summertime when the pea shells grew long and green in the garden. Little Lasse crept into the pea bed where the pea stalks rose high above his cap, and he picked 17 large shells, the longest and straightest he could find. Little Lasse thought, perhaps, that no one saw him. But that was foolish, for God sees everywhere. Then the gardener came with his gun over his shoulder, and he heard something rustling in the pea bed. "I think that must be a sparrow," he said. Ras. But no sparrows flew out, for little Lasse had no wings, only 2 small legs. "Wait, I will load my gun and shoot the sparrows," said the gardener. Then little Lasse was frightened and crept out onto the path. "Forgive me, dear gardener," he said. "I wanted to get some fine boats." "Well, I will this time," said the gardener. "But another time, little Lasse must ask leave to go and look for boats in the pea bed." "I will," answered Lasse, and he went off to the shore. Then he opened the shells with a pin, split them carefully in 2, and broke small little bits of sticks for the rowers' seats. Then he took the peas, which were in the shells, and put them in the boats for cargo. Some of the shells got broken, some remained whole, and when all were ready, Lasse had 12 boats. But they should not be boats. They should be large warships. He had 3 liners, 3 frigates, 3 brigs, and 3 schooners. The largest liner was called Hercules, and the smallest schooner, the Flea. Little Lasse put all the 12 into the water, and they floated as splendidly and as proudly as any great ship over the waves of the ocean. And now the ships must sail round the world. The great island over there was Asia, that large stone Africa, the little island America, the small stones were Polynesia, and the shore from which the ships sailed out was Europe. The whole fleet set off and sailed far away to other parts of the world. The ships of the line steered a straight course to Asia. The frigates sailed to Africa, the brigs to America, and the schooners to Polynesia. But little Lasse remained in Europe and threw small stones out into the great sea. Now, there was on the shore of Europe a real boat, Father's own, a beautiful white-painted boat, and little Lasse got into it. Father and Mother had forbidden this, but little Lasse forgot. He thought he should very much like to travel to some other part of the world. "I shall row out a little way, only a very little way," he thought. The pea-shell boats had traveled so far that they only looked like little specks on the ocean. "I shall seize Hercules on the coast of Asia," said Lasse, "and then row home again to Europe." He shook the rope that held the boat, and strange to say, the rope became loose. Ditch, ratch, a man is a man. And so little Lasse manned the boat. Now he would row. And he could row, for he had rowed so often on the steps at home, when the steps pretended to be a boat, and father's big stick an oar. But when little Lasse wanted to row, there were no oars to be found in the boat. The oars were locked up in the boathouse, and little Lasse had not noticed that the boat was empty. It is not so easy as one thinks to row to Asia without oars. What could little Lasse do now? The boat was already some distance out on the sea, and the wind, which blew from land, was driving it still further out. Lasse was frightened and began to cry, but there was no one on the shore to hear him. Only a big crow perched alone in the birch tree, and the gardener's black cat sat under the birch tree, waiting to catch the crow. Neither of them troubled themselves in the least about little Lasse, who was drifting out to sea. Ah, how sorry little Lasse was now that he had been disobedient and got into the boat. When father and mother had so often forbidden him to do so. Now it was too late. He could not get back to land. Perhaps he would be lost out on the great sea. What should he do when he had shouted until he was tired and no one heard him? He put his two little hands together and said, "Good God, do not be angry with little Lasse." And then he went to sleep. For although it was daylight, old Moti was sitting on the shores of the land of Nod, and was fishing for little children with his long fishing rod. He heard the low words which little Lasse said to God, and he immediately drew the boat to himself and laid little Lasse to sleep on a bed of rose leaves. Then Moti said to one of the dreams, "Play with little Lasse so that he does not feel lonesome." It was a little dream boy, so little that he was less than Lasse himself. He had blue eyes and fair hair, a red cap with a silver band, and white coat with pearls on the collar. He came to little Lasse and said, "Would you like to sail round the world?" "Yes," said Lasse in his sleep. "I should like to." "Come then," said the dream boy, "and let us sail in your pea-shell boats. You shall sail in Hercules, and I shall sail in the flea." So they sailed away from the land of Nod, and in a little while Hercules and the flea were on the shores of Asia, away at the other end of the world, where the ice sea flows through Bering Straits into the Pacific Ocean. A long way off in the winter mist, they could see the explorer Nordenskjöld with his ship Vega trying to find an opening between the ice. It was so cold, so cold. The great icebergs glittered strangely, and the huge whales now lived under the ice, for they could not make a hole through with their awkward heads. All around, on the dreary shore, there was snow and snow as far as the eye could see. Little gray men in shaggy skins moved about and drove in small sledges through the snowdrifts. But the sledges were drawn by dogs. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lasse. "I am so afraid that the whales would swallow us up, and the big dogs bite us. Let us sail instead to another part of the world." "Very well," said the dream boy with the red cap and the silver band. "It is not far to America." And at the same moment they were there. The sun was shining, and it was very warm. Tall palm trees grew in long rows on the shore and bore coconuts in their top branches. Men red as copper galloped over the immense green prairies and threw their arrows at the buffaloes, who turned against them with their sharp horns. An enormous cobra, which had crept up the stem of a tall palm tree, threw itself onto a little llama that was grazing at the foot. Naps! It was all over with the little llama. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lasse. "I am so afraid that the buffaloes will butt us and the great serpent eat us up. Let us travel to another part of the world." "Very well," said the dream boy with the white coat. "It is only a little way to Polynesia." And then they were there. It was very warm there, as warm as in a hot bath in Finland. Costly spices grew on the shores: the pepper plant, the cinnamon tree, ginger, saffron, the coffee plant, and the tea plant. Brown people with long ears and thick lips and hideously painted faces hunted a yellow-spotted tiger among the high bamboos on the shore, and the tiger turned on them and stuck its claws into one of the brown men. Then all the others took to flight. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lasse. "Don't you see the tiger away there by the pepper plant? Let us travel to another part of the world." "We can do so," said the dream boy with the blue eyes. "We are not far from Africa." And as he said that, they were there. They anchored at the mouth of a great river where the shores were as green as the greenest velvet. A little distance from the river, an immense desert stretched away. The air was yellow. The sun shone so hot as if it would burn the earth to ashes. And the people were as black as the blackest jet. They rode across the desert on tall camels. The lions roared with thirst, and the great crocodiles, with their gray lizard heads and sharp white teeth, gaped up out of the river. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lasse. "The sun would burn us, and the lions and the crocodiles would eat us up. Let us travel to another part of the world." "We can travel back to Europe," said the dream boy with the fair hair. And with that, they were there. They came to a shore where it was all so cool and familiar and friendly. There stood the tall birch tree with its drooping leaves. At the top sat the old crow, and at its foot crept the gardener's black cat. Not far away was a house which little Lasse had seen before. Near the house there was a garden, and in the garden a pea bed with long pea shells. An old gardener with a green coat walked about and wondered if the cucumbers were ripe. Phylax was barking on the steps, and when he saw little Lasse, he wagged his tail. Old Steina was milking the cows in the farmyard, and there was a very familiar lady in a check woolen shawl on her way to the bleaching green to see if the clothes were bleached. There was, too, a well-known gentleman in a yellow summer coat with a long pipe in his mouth. He was going to see if the reapers had cut the rye. A boy and a girl were running on the shore and calling out, "Little Lasse, come home for bread and butter." "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy, and he blinked his blue eyes roguishly. "Come with me, and I shall ask Mother to give you some bread and butter and a glass of milk," said little Lasse. "Wait a little," said the dream boy. And now little Lasse saw that the kitchen door was open, and from within there was heard a low, pleasant frizzling, like that which is heard when one whisks yellow batter with a wooden ladle into a hot frying pan. "Perhaps we should sail back to Polynesia now," said the dream boy. "No, they are frying pancakes in Europe just now," said little Lasse, and he wanted to jump ashore, but he could not. The dream boy had tied him with a chain of flowers, so that he could not move. And now all the little dreams came about him, thousands and thousands of little children, and they made a ring around him and sang a little song. "The world is very, very warm. Little Lasse, Lasse. And though you've sailed beyond the tide, you can never tell how wide it is on the other side. Lasse, little Lasse. You have found it cold and hot, little Lasse, Lasse. But in no land is God not, Lasse, little Lasse. Many men live there as here, but they all to God are dear, little Lasse, Lasse. When his angel is your guide, little Lasse, Lasse, then no harm can e'er betide, even on the other side, where the wild beasts wander. But tell us now, whene'er you roam, do you not find the best is home of all the lands you've looked upon, Lasse, little Lasse? When the dreams had sung their song, they skipped away, and Moti carried Lasse back to the boat. He lay there for a long time, quite still, and he still heard the frying pan frizzling at home on the fire. The frizzling was very plain. Little Lasse heard it quite near him. And so he woke up and rubbed his eyes. There he lay in the boat, where he had fallen asleep. The wind had turned, and the boat had drifted out with one wind and drifted in with another, while little Lasse slept. And what Lasse thought was frizzling in a frying pan was the low murmur of the waves as they washed against the stones on the shore. But he was not altogether wrong, for the clear blue sea is like a great pan in which God's Son all day makes cakes for good children. Little Lasse rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and looked around him. Everything was the same as before. The crow in the birch tree, the cat on the grass, and the pea-shell fleet on the shore. Some of the ships had foundered, and some had drifted back to land. Hercules had come back with its cargo from Asia. The flea had arrived from Polynesia, and the other parts of the world were just where they were before. Little Lasse did not know what to think. He had so often been in that grotto in the land of Nod, and did not know what tricks dreams can play. But little Lasse did not trouble his head with such things. He gathered together his boats and walked up the shore, back to the house. His brother and sister ran to meet him and called out from the distance, "Where have you been so long, Lasse? Come home and get some bread and butter." The kitchen door stood open, and inside was heard a strange frizzling. The gardener was near the gate, watering the dill and parsley, the carrots and parsnips. "Well," he said, "where has little Lasse been so long?" Little Lasse straightened himself up stiff and answered, "I have sailed round the world in a pea-shell boat." "Oh," said the gardener. He had forgotten dreamland. "But you have not forgotten it. You know that it exists. You know the beautiful grotto and the bright silver walls whose luster never fades, the sparkling diamonds which never grow dim, the music which never ceases its low, soft murmur through the sweet evening twilight, the airy fairy fancies of happy dreamland never grow old. They, like the glorious stars above us, are always young. Perhaps you have caught a glimpse of their ethereal wings as they flew around your pillow. Perhaps you have met the same dream boy with the blue eyes and the fair hair, the one who wore the red cap with the silver band and the white coat with pearls on the collar. Perhaps he has taken you to see all the countries of the world and the peoples, the cold wastelands and the burning deserts, the many-colored men and the wild creatures in the sea and in the woods, so that you may learn many things, but come gladly home again. Yes, who knows? Perhaps you also have sailed round the wide world, once in a pea-shell boat. Moti. Once upon a time, there was a youth called Moti, who was very big and strong. but the clumsiest creature you can imagine. So clumsy was he that he was always putting his great feet into the bowls of sweet milk or curds which his mother set out on the floor to cool, always smashing, upsetting, breaking, until at last his father said to him, "Here, Moti, are 50 silver pieces which are the savings of years. Take them and go and make your living or your fortune if you can." Then Moti started off one early spring morning with his thick staff over his shoulder, singing gaily to himself as he walked along. In one way and another, he got along very well, until a hot evening when he came to a certain city where he entered the traveler's serai, or inn, to pass the night. Now, a serai, you must know, is generally just a large square enclosed by a high wall, with an open colonnade along the inside all round to accommodate both men and beasts, and with, perhaps, a few rooms in towers at the corners for those who are too rich or too proud to care about sleeping by their own camels and horses. Moti, of course, was a country lad and had lived with cattle all his life, and he wasn't rich and he wasn't proud, so he just borrowed a bed from the innkeeper, set it down beside an old buffalo who reminded him of home, and in 5 minutes was fast asleep. In the middle of the night he woke, feeling that he had been disturbed, and putting his hand under his pillow, found to his horror that his bag of money had been stolen. He jumped up quietly and began to prowl around to see whether anyone seemed to be awake. But though he managed to arouse a few men and beasts by falling over them, he walked in the shadow of the archways round the whole serai without coming across a likely thief. He was just about to give it up when he overheard 2 men whispering, and one laughed softly, and peering behind a pillar, he saw 2 Afghan horse dealers counting out his bag of money. Then Moti went back to bed. In the morning, Moti followed the 2 Afghans outside the city to the horse market, in which their horses were offered for sale. Choosing the best-looking horse amongst them, he went up to it and said, "Is this horse for sale? May I try it?" And the merchants assenting, he scrambled up on its back, dug in his heels, and off they flew. Now Moti had never been on a horse in his life, and had so much ado to hold on with both hands as well as with both legs that the animal went just where it liked, and very soon broke into a breakneck gallop and made straight back to the serai where it had spent the last few nights. "This will do very well," thought Moti, as they whirled in at the entrance. As soon as the horse had arrived at its stable, it stopped of its own accord, and Moti immediately rolled off. But he jumped up at once, tied the beast up, and called for some breakfast. Presently, the Afghans appeared, out of breath and furious, and claimed the horse, "What do you mean?" cried Moti, with his mouth full of rice. "It's my horse. I paid you 50 pieces of silver for it. Quite a bargain, I'm sure." "Nonsense. It is our horse," answered one of the Afghans, beginning to untie the bridle. "Leave off," shouted Moti, seizing his staff. "If you don't let my horse alone, I'll crack your skulls. You thieves, I know you. Last night you took my money, so today I took your horse." "That's fair enough." Now, the Afghans began to look a little uncomfortable, but Moti seemed so determined to keep the horse that they resolved to appeal to the law. So they went off and laid a complaint before the king that Moti had stolen one of their horses and would not give it up nor pay for it. Presently, a soldier came to summon Moti to the king, and when he arrived and made his obeisance, the king began to question him as to why he had galloped off with the horse in this fashion. But Moti declared that he had got the animal in exchange for 50 pieces of silver, whilst the horse merchants vowed that the money they had on them was what they had received for the sale of other horses. And in one way and another, the dispute got so confusing that the king, who really thought that Moti had stolen the horse, said at last, "Well, I tell you what I will do. I will lock something into this box before me, and if he guesses what it is, the horse is his. And if he doesn't, then it is yours." To this, Moti agreed, and the king arose and went out alone by a little door at the back of the court, and presently came back clasping something closely wrapped up in a cloth under his robe, slipped it into the little box, locked the box, and set it up where all might see. "Now," said the king to Moti, "guess." It happened that when the king had opened the door behind him, Moti noticed that there was a garden outside. Without waiting for the king's return, he began to think, what could be got out of the garden small enough to be shut in the box? Is it likely to be a fruit or a flower? No, not a flower this time, for he clasped it too tight. Then it must be a fruit or a stone. Yet not a stone, because he wouldn't wrap a dirty stone in his nice clean cloth. Then it is a fruit, and a fruit PG 144 without much scent, or else he would be afraid that I might smell it. Now what fruit without much scent is in season just now, when I know that I shall have guessed the riddle? As has been said before, Moti was a country lad and was accustomed to work in his father's garden. He knew all the common fruits, so he thought he ought to be able to guess right. But so as not to let it seem too easy, he gazed up at the ceiling with a puzzled expression and looked down at the floor with an air of wisdom, and his fingers pressed against his forehead. And then he said, slowly, with his eyes on the king, "It is freshly plucked. It is round and it is red. It is a pomegranate." Now the king knew nothing about fruits, except that they were good to eat. And, as for seasons, he asked for whatever fruit he wanted, whenever he wanted it, and saw that he got it. So to him, Moti's guess was like a miracle, and clear proof not only of his wisdom, but of his innocence, for it was a pomegranate that he had put into the box. Of course, when the king marveled and praised Moti's wisdom, everybody else did so too. And whilst the Afghans went off crestfallen, Moti took the horse and entered the king's service. Very soon after this, Moti, who continued to live in the sarai, came back one wet and stormy evening to find that his precious horse had strayed. Nothing remained of him but a broken halter cord, and no one knew what had become of him. After inquiring of everyone who was likely to know, Moti seized the cord and his big staff and sallied out to look for him. Away and away he tramped out of the city and into the neighboring forest, tracking hoof marks in the mud. Presently, it grew late, but still Moti wandered on until suddenly, in the gathering darkness, he came right upon a tiger who was contentedly eating his horse. "You thief!" shrieked Moti, and ran up. And just as the tiger, in astonishment, dropped a bone, whack, came Moti's staff on his head with such good will that the beast was half stunned and could hardly breathe or see. Then Moti continued to shower upon him blows and abuse until the poor tiger could hardly stand, whereupon his tormentor tied the end of the broken halter round his neck and dragged him back to the sarai. "If you had my horse," he said, "I will at least have you. That's fair enough." And he tied him up securely by the head and heels, much as he used to tie the horse. Then, the night being far gone, he flung himself beside him and slept soundly. You cannot imagine anything like the fright of the people in the sarai when they woke up and found a tiger, very battered, but still a tiger, securely tethered amongst themselves and their beasts. Men gathered in groups, talking and exclaiming, and finding fault with the innkeeper for allowing such a dangerous beast into the sarai. And all the while, the innkeeper was just as troubled as the rest, and none dared go near the place where the tiger stood blinking miserably on everyone, and where Moti lay stretched out, snoring like thunder. At last, news reached the king that Moti had exchanged his horse for a live tiger, and the monarch himself came down, half disbelieving the tale, to see if it were really true. Someone at last awaked Moti with the news that his royal master was come, and he arose yawning, and was soon delightedly explaining and showing off his new possession. The king, however, did not share his pleasure at all, but called up a soldier to shoot the tiger, much to the relief of all the inmates of the sarai, except Moti. If the king, however, was before convinced that Moti was one of the wisest of men, he was now still more convinced that he was the bravest, and he increased his pay 100-fold, so that our hero thought that he was the luckiest of men. A week or two after this incident, the king sent for Moti, who on arrival found his master in despair. A neighboring monarch, he explained, who had many more soldiers than he, had declared war against him, and he was at his wits' end, for he had neither money to buy him off, nor soldiers enough to fight him. What was he to do? If that is all, don't you trouble, said Moti. Turn out your men, and I'll go with them, and we'll soon bring this robber to reason. The king began to revive at these hopeful words, and took Moti off to his stable, where he bade him choose for himself any horse he liked. There were plenty of fine horses in the stalls, but to the king's astonishment, Moti chose a poor little rat of a pony that was used to carry grass and water for the rest of the stable. But why do you choose that beast? Said the king. Well, you see, your majesty, replied Moti, there are so many chances that I may fall off, and if I choose one of your fine, big horses, I shall have so far to fall that I shall probably break my leg or my arm, if not my neck. But if I fall off this little beast, I can't hurt myself much. A very comical sight was Moti when he rode out to the war. The only weapon he carried was his staff, and to help him to keep his balance on horseback, he had tied to each of his ankles a big stone that nearly touched the ground as he sat astride the little pony. The rest of the king's cavalry were not very numerous, but they pranced along in armor on fine horses. Behind them came a great rabble of men on foot, armed with all sorts of weapons. And last of all was the king with his attendants, very nervous and ill at ease. So the army started. They had not very far to go, but Moti's little pony, weighted with a heavy man and 2 big rocks, soon began to lag behind the cavalry, and would have lagged behind the infantry too, only they were not very anxious to be too early in the fight, and hung back so as to give Moti plenty of time. The young man jogged along more and more slowly for some time, until at last, getting impatient at the slowness of the pony, he gave him such a tremendous thwack with his staff that the pony completely lost his temper and bolted. First, one stone became untied and rolled away in a cloud of dust to one side of the road, whilst Moti nearly rolled off too, but clasped his steed valiantly by its ragged mane, and, dropping his staff, held on for dear life. Then, fortunately, the other rock broke away from his other leg and rolled thunderously down a neighboring ravine. Meanwhile, the advanced cavalry had barely time to draw to one side when Moti came dashing by, yelling bloodthirsty threats to his pony. "You wait till I get hold of you." I'll skin you alive. I'll wring your neck. I'll break every bone in your body." The cavalry thought that this dreadful language was meant for the enemy, and were filled with admiration of his courage. Many of their horses, too, were quite upset by this whirlwind that galloped howling through their midst. And in a few minutes, after a little plunging and rearing and kicking, the whole troop were following on Moti's heels. Far in advance, Moti continued his wild career. Presently in his course, he came to a great field of castor oil plants, 10 or 12 feet high, big and bushy, but quite green and soft. Hoping to escape from the back of his fiery steed, Moti grasped one in passing, but its roots gave way, and he dashed on, with the whole plant looking like a young tree flourishing in his grip. The enemy were in battle array, advancing over the plain, their king with them, confident and cheerful. When suddenly, from the front, came a desperate rider at a furious gallop. "Sire," he cried, "save yourself! The enemy are coming!" "What do you mean?" said the king. "Oh, sire," panted the messenger, "fly at once. There is no time to lose. Foremost of the enemy rides a mad giant at a furious gallop. He flourishes a tree for a club and is wild with anger. For as he goes, he cries, 'You wait till I get hold of you. I'll skin you alive. I'll wring your neck. I'll break every bone in your body.' Others ride behind, and you will do well to retire before this whirlwind of destruction comes upon you." Just then, out of a cloud of dust in the distance, the king saw Moti approaching at a hard gallop, looking indeed like a giant compared with the little beast he rode, whirling his castor oil plant, which in the distance might have been an oak tree, and the sound of his revilings and shoutings came down upon the breeze. Behind him, the dust cloud moved to the sound of the thunder of hoofs, whilst here and there flashed the glitter of steel. The sight and the sound struck terror into the king, and turning his horse, he fled at top speed, thinking that a regiment of yelling giants was upon him, and all his force followed him as fast as they might go. One fat officer alone could not keep up on foot with that mad rush, and as Moti came galloping up, he flung himself on the ground in abject fear. This was too much for Moti's excited pony, who shied so suddenly that Moti went flying over his head like a skyrocket and alighted right on the top of his fat foe. Quickly regaining his feet, Moti began to swing his plant round his head and to shout, "Where are your men? Bring them up, and I'll kill them. My regiments. Come on, the whole lot of you. Where's your king? Bring him to me. Here are all my fine fellows coming up." and we'll each pull up a tree by the roots and lay you all flat, and your houses and towns and everything else. Come on." But the poor fat officer could do nothing but squat on his knees with his hands together, gasping. At last, when he got his breath, Moti sent him off to bring his king, and to tell him that if he was reasonable, his life should be spared. Off the poor man went, and by the time the troops of Moti's side had come up and arranged themselves to look as formidable as possible, he returned with his king. The latter was very humble and apologetic, and promised never to make war any more, to pay a large sum of money, and altogether do whatever his conqueror wished. So the armies on both sides went rejoicing home. And this was really the making of the fortune of clumsy Moti, who lived long and contrived always to be looked up to as a fountain of wisdom, valor, and discretion by all except his relations, who could never understand what he had done to be considered so much wiser than anyone else. Tepta. The Enchanted Deer, a young man, was out walking one day in Erin, leading a stout cart horse by the bridle. He was thinking of his mother, and how poor they were, since his father, who was a fisherman, had been drowned at sea, and wondering what he should do to earn a living for both of them. Suddenly, a hand was laid on his shoulder, and a voice said to him, "Will you sell me your horse, son of the fisherman?" And looking up, he beheld a man standing in the road with a gun in his hand, a falcon on his shoulder, and a dang by his side. "What will you give me for my horse?" asked the youth. "Will you give me your gun and your dog and your falcon?" "I will give them," answered the man. And he took the horse, and the youth took the gun and the dog and the falcon, and went home with them. But when his mother heard what he had done, she was very angry, and beat him with a stick which she had in her hand. "That will teach you to sell my property?" said she, when her arm was quite tired. But Ian, her son, answered her nothing, and went off to his bed, for he was very sore. That night he rose softly, and left the house, carrying the gun with him. "I will not stay here to be beaten," thought he. And he walked, and he walked, and he walked, till it was day again. And he was hungry, and looked about him to see if he could get anything to eat. Not very far off was a farmhouse, so he went there and knocked at the door, and the farmer and his wife begged him to come in and share their breakfast. "Ah, you have a gun," said the farmer, as the young man placed it in a corner. "That is well, for a deer comes every evening to eat my corn, and I cannot catch it. It is fortune that has sent you to me. I will gladly remain and shoot the deer for you," replied the youth. And that night he hid himself and watched till the deer came to the cornfield. Then he lifted his gun to his shoulder and was just going to pull the trigger when, behold, instead of a deer, a woman with long black hair standing there. At this sight, his gun almost dropped from his hand in surprise. But as he looked, there was the deer eating the corn again. And thrice this happened, till the deer ran away over the moor, and the young man after her. On they went, on and on and on, till they reached a cottage which was thatched with heather. With a bound, the deer sprang on the roof and lay down where none could see her. But as she did so, she called out, "Go in, fisher's son, and eat and drink while you may." So he entered and found food and wine on the table, but no man, for the house belonged to some robbers who were still away at their wicked business. After Ian, the fisher's son, had eaten all he wanted, he hid himself behind a great cask, and very soon he heard a noise as of men coming through the heather, and the small twigs snapping under their feet. From his dark corner he could see into the room, and he counted 24 of them, all big, cross-looking men. "Someone has been eating our dinner," cried they, "and there was hardly enough for ourselves." "It is the man who is lying under the cask," answered the leader. "Go and kill him, and then come and eat your food and sleep, for we must be off betimes in the morning." So 4 of them killed the fisher's son and left him, and then went to bed. By sunrise, they were all out of the house, for they had far to go. And when they had disappeared, the deer came off the roof to where the dead man lay, and she shook her head over him, and wax fell from her ear, and he jumped up as well as ever. "Trust me, and eat as you did before, and no harm shall happen to you," said she. So Ian ate and drank, and fell sound asleep under the cask. In the evening, the robbers arrived very tired, and crosser than they had been yesterday, for their luck had turned, and they had brought back scarcely anything. "Someone has eaten our dinner again," cried they. "It is the man under the barrel," answered the captain. "Let 4 of you go and kill him, but first slay the other 4 who pretended to kill him last night and didn't, because he is still alive." Then Ian was killed a second time, and after the rest of the robbers had eaten, they lay down and slept till morning. No sooner were their faces touched with the sun's rays than they were up and off. Then the deer entered and dropped the healing wax on the dead man, and he was as well as ever. By this time, he did not mind what befell him. So sure was he that the deer would take care of him. And in the evening, that which had happened before happened again. The 4 robbers were put to death, and the fisher's son also. But because there was no food left for them to eat, they were nearly mad with rage and began to quarrel. From quarreling, they went on to fighting, and fought so hard that by and by they were all stretched dead on the floor. Then the deer entered, and the fisher's son was restored to life, and bidding him follow her, she ran on to a little white cottage where dwelt an old woman and her son, who was thin and dark. "Here I must leave you," said the deer. "But tomorrow meet me at midday in the church that is yonder." And jumping across the stream, she vanished into a wood. Next day, he set out for the church. But the old woman of the cottage had gone before him and had stuck an enchanted stick called the Spike of Hurt in a crack of the door, so that he would brush against it as he stepped across the threshold. Suddenly, he felt so sleepy that he could not stand up, and throwing himself on the ground, he sank into a deep slumber, not knowing that the dark lad was watching him. Nothing could waken him, not even the sound of sweetest music, nor the touch of a lady who bent over him. A sad look came on her face as she saw it was no use, and at last she gave it up, and lifting his arm, wrote her name across his side, "The daughter of the king of the town under the waves." "I will come tomorrow," she whispered, though he could not hear her, and she went sorrowfully away. Then he awoke, and the dark lad told him what had befallen him, and he was very grieved. But the dark lad did not tell him of the name that was written underneath his arm. On the following morning, the fisher's son again went to the church, determined that he would not go to sleep, whatever happened. But in his hurry to enter, he touched with his hand the spike of hurt, and sank down where he stood, wrapped in slumber. A second time, the air was filled with music, and the lady came in, stepping softly. But though she laid his head on her knee and combed his hair with a golden comb, his eyes opened not. Then she burst into tears, and placing a beautifully wrought box in his pocket, she went her way. The next day, the same thing befell the fisher's son, and this time the lady wept more bitterly than before, for she said it was the last chance, and she would never be allowed to come any more. For home she must go. As soon as the lady had departed, the fisher's son awoke, and the dark lad told him of her visit, and how he would never see her as long as he lived. At this, the fisher's son felt the cold creeping up to his heart. Yet he knew the fault had not been his, that sleep had overtaken him. "I will search the whole world through till I find her," cried he. And the dark lad laughed as he heard him. But the fisher's son took no heed, and off he went, following the sun day after day, till his shoes were in holes, and his feet were sore from the journey. Naught did he see but the birds that made their nests in the trees. Not so much as a goat or a rabbit. On and on and on he went, till suddenly he came upon a little house with a woman standing outside it. "All hail, fisher's son," said she. "I know what you are seeking. Enter in and rest and eat, and tomorrow I will give you what help I can and send you on your way." Gladly did Ian the fisher's son accept her offer, and all that day he rested. And the woman gave him ointment to put on his feet, which healed his sores. At daybreak he got up, ready to be gone, and the woman bade him farewell, saying, "I have a sister who dwells on the road which you must travel. It is a long road, and it would take you a year and a day to reach it. But put on these old brown shoes with holes all over them, and you will be there before you know it. Then shake them off and turn their toes to the known, and their heels to the unknown, and they will come home of themselves." The fisher's son did as the woman told him, and everything happened just as she had said. But at parting, the second sister said to him, as she gave him another pair of shoes, "Go to my third sister, for she has a son who is keeper of the birds of the air, and sends them to sleep when night comes. He is very wise, and perhaps he can help you." Then the young man thanked her and went to the third sister. The third sister was very kind, but had no counsel to give him. So he ate and drank and waited till her son came home, after he had sent all the birds to sleep. He thought a long while after his mother had told him the young man's story, and at last he said that he was hungry, and the cow must be killed, as he wanted some supper. So the cow was killed, and the meat cooked, and a bag made of its red skin. "Now get into the bag," bade the son, and the young man got in and took his gun with him. But the dog and the falcon he left outside. The keeper of the birds drew the string at the top of the bag and left it to finish his supper, when in flew an eagle through the open door, and picked the bag up in her claws and carried it through the air to an island. There was nothing to eat on the island, and the fisher's son thought he would die for lack of food, when he remembered the box that the lady had put in his pocket. He opened the lid, and 3 tiny little birds flew out, and flapping their wings, they asked, "Good master, is there anything we can do for thee?" "Bear me to the kingdom of the king under the waves," he answered, and one little bird flew on to his head, and the others perched on each of his shoulders, and he shut his eyes, and in a moment there he was in the country under the sea. Then the birds flew away, and the young man looked about him, his heart beating fast at the thought that here dwelt the lady whom he had sought all the world over. He walked on through the streets, and presently he reached the house of a weaver who was standing at his door, resting from his work. "You are a stranger here, that is plain," said the weaver. "But come in, and I will give you food and drink." And the young man was glad, for he knew not where to go. And they sat and talked till it grew late. "Stay with me, I pray, for I love company and am lonely," observed the weaver at last. And he pointed to a bed in a corner, where the fisher's son threw himself and slept till dawn. "There is to be a horse race in the town today," remarked the weaver, "and the winner is to have the king's daughter to wife." The young man trembled with excitement at the news, and his voice shook as he answered, "That will be a prize indeed. I should like to see the race." "Oh, that is quite easy. Anyone can go," replied the weaver. "I would take you myself, but I have promised to weave this cloth for the king." "That is a pity," returned the young man politely. But in his heart he rejoiced, for he wished to be alone. Leaving the house, he entered a grove of trees which stood behind, and took the box from his pocket. He raised the lid, and out flew the 3 little birds. "Good master, what shall we do for thee?" asked they. And he answered, "Bring me the finest horse that ever was seen, and the grandest dress, and glass shoes." "They are here, master," said the birds. And so they were, and never had the young man seen anything so splendid. Mounting the horse, he rode into the ground where the horses were assembling for the great race, and took his place among them. Many good beasts were there, which had won many races, but the horse of the fisher's son left them all behind, and he was first at the winning post. The king's daughter waited for him in vain to claim his prize, for he went back to the wood and got off his horse and put on his old clothes and bade the box place some gold in his pockets. After that, he went back to the weaver's house and told him that the gold had been given him by the man who had won the race, and that the weaver might have it for his kindness to him. Now, as nobody had appeared to demand the hand of the princess, the king ordered another race to be run. And the fisher's son rode into the field, still more splendidly dressed than he was before, and easily distanced everybody else. But again, he left the prize unclaimed. And so it happened on the 3rd day, when it seemed as if all the people in the kingdom were gathered to see the race, for they were filled with curiosity to know who the winner could be. "If he will not come of his own free will, he must be brought," said the king. And messengers who had seen the face of the victor were sent to seek him in every street of the town. This took many days, and when at last they found the young man in the weaver's cottage, he was so dirty and ugly, and had such a strange appearance, that they declared he could not be the winner they had been searching for, but a wicked robber who had murdered ever so many people, but had always managed to escape. "Yes, it must be the robber," said the king, when the fisher's son was led into his presence. "Build a gallows at once and hang him in the sight of all my subjects, that they may behold him suffer the punishment of his crimes." So the gallows was built upon a high platform, and the fisher's son mounted the steps up to it, and turned at the top to make the speech that was expected from every doomed man, innocent or guilty. As he spoke, he happened to raise his arm, and the king's daughter, who was there at her father's side, saw the name which she had written under it. With a shriek, she sprang from her seat, and the eyes of the spectators were turned towards her. "Stop! Stop!" she cried, hardly knowing what she said. "If that man is hanged, there is not a soul in the kingdom, but shall die also." And running up to where the fisher's son was standing, she took him by the hand, saying, "Father, this is no robber or murderer, but the victor in the 3 races." And he loosed the spells that were laid upon me. Then, without waiting for a reply, she conducted him into the palace, and he bathed in a marble bath, and all the dirt that the fairies had put upon him disappeared like magic. And when he had dressed himself in the fine garments the princess had sent to him, he looked a match for any king's daughter in Erin. He went down into the great hall where she was awaiting him, and they had much to tell each other, but little time to tell it in. For the king, her father, and the princes who were visiting him, and all the people of the kingdom were still in their places, expecting her return. "How did you find me out?" she whispered as they went down the passage. "The birds in the box told me," answered he, but he could say no more as they stepped out into the open space that was crowded with people. There, the princess stopped. "O kings," she said, turning towards them, "if one of you were killed today, the rest would fly. But this man put his trust in me and had his head cut off 3 times. Because he has done this, I will marry him rather than one of you, who have come hither to wed me, for many kings here sought to free me from the spells, but none could do it save Ian, the fisher's son." A fish story. Perhaps you think that fishes were always fishes and never lived anywhere except in the water. But if you went to Australia and talked to the black people in the sandy desert, in the center of the country, you would learn something quite different. They would tell you that long, long ago, you would have met fishes on the land, wandering from place to place, and hunting all sorts of animals. And if you consider how fishes are made, you will understand how difficult this must have been and how clever they were to do it. Indeed, so clever were they that they might have been hunting still if a terrible thing had not happened. One day, the whole fish tribe came back very tired from a hunting expedition and looked about for a nice, cool spot in which to pitch their camp. It was very hot, and they thought that they could not find a more comfortable place than under the branches of a large tree which grew by the bank of a river. So they made their fire to cook some food, right on the edge of a steep bank, which had a deep pool of water lying beneath it at the bottom. While the food was cooking, they all stretched themselves lazily out under the tree, and were just dropping off to sleep when a big black cloud, which they had never noticed, spread over the sun, and heavy drops of rain began to fall, so that the fire was almost put out, and that, you know, is a very serious thing in savage countries where they have no matches, for it is very hard to light it again. To make matters worse, an icy wind began to blow, and the poor fishes were chilled right through their bodies. "This will never do," said Thugai, the oldest of all the fish tribe. "We shall die of cold unless we can light the fire again." And he bade his sons rub 2 sticks together in the hope of kindling a flame. But though they rubbed till they were tired, not a spark could they produce. "Let me try," cried Birnuga, the bony fish. But he had no better luck. And no more had Kumbal, the bream, nor any of the rest. "It is no use," exclaimed Thugai at last. "The wood is too wet. We must just sit and wait till the sun comes out again and dries it." Then a very little fish indeed, not more than 4 inches long, and the youngest of the tribe, bowed himself before Thugai, saying, "Ask my father, Gutu the cod, to light the fire. He is skilled in magic more than most fishes." So Thugai asked him, and Gutu stripped some pieces of bark off a tree and placed them on top of the smoldering ashes. Then he knelt by the side of the fire and blew at it for a long while, till slowly the feeble red glow became a little stronger, and the edges of the bark showed signs of curling up. When the rest of the tribe saw this, they pressed close, keeping their backs towards the piercing wind. But Gudu told them they must go to the other side, as he wanted the wind to fan his fire. By and by, the spark grew into a flame, and a merry crackling was heard. "More wood!" cried Gudu, and they all ran and gathered wood and heaped it on the flames, which leaped and roared and sputtered. "We shall soon be warm now," said the people one to another. "Truly, Gudu is great." And they crowded round again, closer and closer. Suddenly, with a shriek, a blast of wind swept down from the hills and blew the fire out towards them. They sprang back hurriedly, quite forgetting where they stood, and all fell down the bank, each tumbling over the other, till they rolled into the pool that lay below. Oh, how cold it was in that dark water on which the sun never shone. Then in an instant they felt warm again, for the fire, driven by the strong wind, had followed them right down to the bottom of the pool, where it burned as brightly as ever. And the fishes gathered round it as they had done on the top of the cliff, and found the flames as hot as before. And that fire never went out, like those upon land, but kept burning forever. So now you know why. If you dive deep down below the cold surface of the water on a frosty day, you will find it comfortable and pleasant underneath, and be quite sorry that you cannot stay there. The wonderful tune, Maurice Connor was the king, and that's no small word, of all the pipers in Munster. He could play jig and reel without end, and Ollistrum's march, and the eagle's whistle, and the hen's concert, and odd tunes of every sort and kind. But he knew one far more surprising than the rest, which had in it the power to set everything dead or alive dancing. In what way he learned it is beyond my knowledge, for he was mighty cautious about telling how he came by so wonderful a tune. At the very first note of that tune, the shoes began shaking upon the feet of all who heard it, old or young. It mattered not, just as if the shoes had the ague. Then the feet began going from under them, and at last up and away with them, dancing like mad, whisking here, there, and everywhere, like a straw in a storm. There was no halting while the music lasted, not a fair, nor a wedding, nor a feast in the 7 parishes round was counted worth the speaking of without blind Maurice and his pipes. His mother, poor woman, used to lead him about from one place to another, just like a dog. Down through Ivra, Maurice Connor and his mother were taking their rounds. Beyond all other places, Ivra is the place for stormy coasts and steep mountains. As proper a spot it is as any in Ireland to get yourself drowned, or your neck broken on the land, should you prefer that. But, notwithstanding, in Ballinskellig Bay, there is a neat bit of ground, well fitted for diversion, and down from it, towards the water, is a clean, smooth piece of strand, the dead image of a calm summer's sea on a moonlight night, with just the curl of the small waves upon it. Here it was that Maurice's music had brought from all parts a great gathering of the young men and the young women. For 'twas not every day the strand of Trafraska was stirred up by the voice of a bagpipe. The dance began, and as pretty a dance it was as ever was danced. "Brave music," said everybody, "and well done," when Maurice stopped. "More power to your elbow, Maurice, and a fair wind in the bellows," cried Paddy Dorman, a hump-backed dancing master who was there to keep order. "'Tis a pity," said he, "if we'd let the piper run dry after such music. 'Twould be a disgrace to Ivra that didn't come on it since the week of the 3 Sundays. So, as well became him, for he was always a decent man, says he. Did you drink, Piper? I will, sir, said Maurice, answering the question on the safe side. For you never yet knew Piper or schoolmaster who refused his drink. What will you drink, Maurice? Says Paddy. I'm no ways particular, says Maurice. I drink anything barring raw water. But if it's all the same to you, Mr. Dorman, maybe you wouldn't lend me the loan of a glass of whiskey. I've no glass, Maurice, said Paddy. I've only the bottle. Let that be no hindrance, answered Maurice. My mouth just holds a glass to the drop. Often I've tried it, sure. So Paddy Dorman trusted him with the bottle. More fool was he. And to his cost, he found that though Maurice's mouth might not hold more than the glass at one time, yet, owing to the hole in his throat, it took many a filling. That was no bad whiskey neither, says Maurice, handing back the empty bottle. By the holy frost, then, says Paddy. 'Tis but cold comfort there's in that bottle now, and 'tis your word we must take for the strength of the whiskey, for you've left us no sample to judge by. And to be sure, Maurice had not. Now, I need not tell any gentleman or lady that if he or she was to drink an honest bottle of whiskey at one pull, it is not at all the same thing as drinking a bottle of water. And in the whole course of my life, I never knew more than 5 men who could do so without being the worse. Of these, Maurice Connor was not one, though he had a stiff head enough of his own. Don't think I blame him for it, but true is the word that says, when liquor's in sense is out. And puff, at a breath, out, he blasted his wonderful tune. 'Twas really then beyond all belief, or telling the dancing. Maurice himself could not keep quiet, staggering now on one leg, now on the other, and rolling about like a ship in a cross sea, trying to humor the tune. There was his mother, too, moving her old bones, as light as the youngest girl of them all. But her dancing, no, nor the dancing of all the rest, is not worthy the speaking about to the work that was going on down upon the strand. Every inch of it, covered with all manner of fish, jumping and plunging about to the music. And every moment more and more would tumble in out of the water, charmed by the wonderful tune. Crabs of monstrous size spun round and round on one claw with the nimbleness of a dancing master, and twirled and tossed their other claws about like limbs that did not belong to them. It was a sight surprising to behold, but perhaps you may have heard of Father Florence Conry, as pleasant a man as one would wish to drink with of a hot summer's day. And he had rhymed out all about the dancing fishes so neatly that it would be 1,000 pities not to give you his verses. So here they are in English, the big seals in motion, like waves of the ocean, or gouty feet prancing came heading the gay fish, crabs, lobsters, and crayfish, determined on dancing. The sweet sounds they followed, the gasping cod swallowed. 'Twas wonderful, really, and turbot and flounder, mid fish that were rounder, just capered as gaily. John Dories came tripping, dull hake by their skipping, to frisk it seemed given. Bright mackerel went springing, like small rainbows winging their flight up to heaven. The whiting and haddock left salt water paddock, this dance to be put in, where skate with flat faces edged out some old places, but souls kept their footing. Sprats and herrings in powers of silvery showers, all number outnumbered, and great ling so lengthy was there in such plenty the shore was encumbered. The scallop and oyster their two shells did roister, like castanets flitting, while limpets moved clearly and rocks very nearly with laughter were splitting. Never was such a hulabulo in this world, before or since. 'Twas as if heaven and earth were coming together, and all out of Maurice Connor's wonderful tune. In the height of all these doings, what should there be dancing among the outlandish set of fishes but a beautiful young woman, as beautiful as the dawn of day. She had a cocked hat upon her head. From under it, her long green hair, just the color of the sea, fell down behind, without hindrance to her dancing. Her teeth were like rows of pearls. Her lips, for all the world, looked like red coral. And she had a shining gown, pale green as the hollow of the wave, with little rows of purple and red seaweeds settled out upon it. For you never yet saw a lady, under the water or over the water, who had not a good notion of dressing herself out. Up she danced as last to Maurice, who was flinging his feet from under him as fast as hops, for nothing in this world could keep still while that tune of his was going on. And says she to him, chanting it out with a voice as sweet as honey, I'm a lady of honor, who live in the sea. Come down, Maurice Connor, and be married to me. Silver plates and gold dishes you shall have, and shall be the king of the fishes when you're married to me. Drink was strong in Maurice's head, and out he chanted in return for her great civility. It is not every lady, maybe, that would be after making such an offer to a blind piper. Therefore, 'twas only right in him to give her as good as she gave herself. So says Maurice, I'm obliged to you, madam, off a gold dish or plate. If a king, and I had 'em, I could dine in great state. With your own father's daughter, I'd be sure to agree. But to drink the salt water wouldn't do so with me. The lady looked at him quite amazed, and swinging her head from side to side like a great scholar. Well, says she, Maurice, if you're not a poet, where is poetry to be found? In this way, they kept on at it, framing high compliments, one answering the other, and their feet going with the music as fast as their tongues. All the fish kept dancing too. Maurice heard the clatter and was afraid to stop playing, lest it might be displeasing to the fish, and not knowing what so many of them may take it into their heads to do to him if they got vexed. Well, the lady with the green hair kept on coaxing Maurice without speeches, till at last she over-persuaded him to promise to marry her and be king over the fishes, great and small. Maurice was well fitted to be their king, if they wanted one that could make them dance, and he surely would drink, barring the salt water, with any fish of them all. When Maurice's mother saw him with that unnatural thing in the form of a green-haired lady as his guide, and he and she dancing down together so lovingly to the water's edge, through the thick of the fishes, she called out after him to stop and come back. "Oh, then," says she, "as if I was not widow enough before, there he is going away from me to be married to that scaly woman. And who knows but 'tis grandmother I may be to a hake or a cod. Lord help and pity me, but 'tis a mighty unnatural thing, and maybe 'tis boiling and eating my own grandchild I'll be, with a bit of salt butter, and I not knowing it. Oh, Maurice, Maurice, if there's any love or nature left in you, come back to your own old mother who reared you like a decent Christian." Then the poor woman began to cry and sob so finely that it would do anyone good to hear her. Maurice was not long getting to the rim of the water. There he kept playing and dancing on as if nothing was the matter, and a great thundering wave coming in towards him, ready to swallow him up alive. But as he could not see it, he did not fear it. His mother it was who saw it plainly through the big tears that were rolling down her cheeks. And though she saw it, and her heart was aching as much as ever mother's heart ached for a son, she kept dancing, dancing all the time for the bare life of her. Certain it was she could not help it, for Maurice never stopped playing that wonderful tune of his. He only turned his ear to the sound of his mother's voice, fearing it might put him out in his steps. And all the answer he made back was, "Wished with you, mother. Sure I'm going to be king over the fishes down in the sea, and for a token of luck, and a sign that I'm alive and well, I'll send you in, every 12-month on this day, a piece of burned wood to Trafraska." Maurice had not the power to say a word more, for the strange lady with the green hair, seeing the wave just upon them, covered him up with herself in a thing like a cloak with a big hood to it, and the wave, curling over twice as high as their heads, burst upon the strand, with a rush and a roar that might be heard as far as Cape Clear. That day, 12-month, the piece of burned wood came ashore in Trafraska. It was a queer thing for Maurice to think of sending all the way from the bottom of the sea. A gown or a pair of shoes would have been something like a present for his poor mother. But he had said it, and he kept his word. The bit of burned wood regularly came ashore on the appointed day for as good, aye, and better than 100 years. The day is now forgotten, and maybe that is the reason why people say how Maurice Connor has stopped sending the luck token to his mother. Poor woman. She did not live to get as much as one of them. For what, through the loss of Maurice and the fear of eating her own grandchildren, she died in 3 weeks after the dance. Some say it was the fatigue that killed her, but whichever it was, Mrs. Connor was decently buried with her own people. Seafaring people have often heard, off the coast of Kerry, on a still night, the sound of music coming up from the water. And some, who have had good ears, could plainly distinguish Maurice Connor's voice singing these words to his pipes. Beautiful shore, with thy spreading strand, thy crystal water and diamond sand. Never would I have parted from thee, but for the sake of my fair lady. The rich brother and the poor brother. There was once a rich old man who had 2 sons, and as his wife was dead, the elder lived with him and helped him to look after his property. For a long time, all went well. The young man got up very early in the morning and worked hard all day, and at the end of every week, his father counted up the money they had made and rubbed his hands with delight as he saw how big the pile of gold in the strong iron chest was becoming. It will soon be full now, and I shall have to buy a larger one, he said to himself. And so busy was he with the thought of his money that he did not notice how bright his son's face had grown, nor how he sometimes started when he was spoken to, as if his mind was far away. One day, however, the old man went to the city on business, which he had not done for 3 years at least. It was market day, and he met with many people he knew, and it was getting quite late when he turned into the inn yard and bade an ostler saddle his horse and bring it round directly. While he was waiting in the hall, the landlady came up for a gossip, and after a few remarks about the weather and the vineyards, she asked him how he liked his new daughter-in-law, and whether he had been surprised at the marriage. The old man stared as he listened to her. "Daughter-in-law? Marriage?" said he. "I don't know what you are talking about. I've got no daughter-in-law, and nobody has been married lately, that ever I heard of." Now, this was exactly what the landlady, who was very curious, wanted to find out. But she put on a look of great alarm and exclaimed, "Oh dear! I hope I have not made mischief. I had no idea or, of course, I would not have spoken. But—" and here she stopped and fumbled with her apron, as if she was greatly embarrassed. "As you have said so much, you will have to say a little more," retorted the old man, a suspicion of what she meant darting across him, and the woman, nothing loath, answered as before, "Ah, it was not all for buying or selling that your handsome son has been coming to town every week these many months past, and not by the shortest way either. No, it was over the river he rode, and across the hill, and past the cottage of Miguel the vine-keeper, whose daughter, they say, is the prettiest girl in the whole countryside, though she is too white for my taste." And then the landlady paused again and glanced up at the farmer to see how he was taking it. She did not learn much. He was looking straight before him, his teeth set. But as she ceased to talk, he said quietly, "Go on. There is not much more to tell," replied the landlady, for she suddenly remembered that she must prepare supper for the hungry men who always stopped at the inn on market days before starting for home. But one fine morning, they both went to the little church on top of the hill and were married. My cousin is servant to the priest, and she found out about it and told me. But good day to you, sir. Here is your horse, and I must hurry off to the kitchen." It was lucky that the horse was sure-footed and knew the road, for his bridle hung loose on his neck, and his master took no heed of the way he was going. When the farmhouse was reached, the man led the animal to his stable, and then went to look for his son. "I know everything. You have deceived me. Get out of my sight at once. I have done with you," he stammered, choking with passion as he came up to the young man, who was cutting a stick in front of the door, whistling gaily the while. "But, father, you are no son of mine. I have only one now. Begone, or it will be the worse for you." And as he spoke, he lifted up his whip. The young man shrank back. He feared lest his father should fall down in a fit. His face was so red, and his eyes seemed bursting from his head. But it was no use staying. Perhaps next morning the old man might listen to reason, though in his heart the son felt that he would never take back his words. So he turned slowly away and walked heavily along a path which ended in a cave on the side of the hill, and there he sat through the night, thinking of what had happened. Yes, he had been wrong. There was no doubt of that, and he did not quite know how it had come about. He had meant to have told his father all about it, and he was sure, quite sure, that if once the old man had seen his wife, he would have forgiven her poverty on account of her great beauty and goodness. But he had put it off from day to day, hoping always for a better opportunity. And now this was the end. If the son had no sleep that night, no more had the father. And as soon as the sun rose, he sent a messenger into the great city with orders to bring back the younger brother. When he arrived, the farmer did not waste words, but informed him that he was now his only heir and would inherit all his lands and money, and that he was to come and live at home and to help manage the property. Though very pleased at the thought of becoming such a rich man, for the brothers had never cared much for each other, the younger would rather have stayed where he was, for he soon got tired of the country and longed for a town life. However, this he kept to himself and made the best of things, working hard like his brother before him. In this way, the years went on, but the crops were not so good as they had been, and the old man gave orders that some fine houses he was building in the city should be left unfinished, for it would take all his savings to complete them. As to the elder son, he would never even hear his name mentioned, and died at last without ever seeing his face, leaving to the younger, as he had promised, all his lands, as well as his money. Meanwhile, the son whom he had disinherited had grown poorer and poorer. He and his wife were always looking out for something to do, and never spent a penny that they could help. But luck was against them, and at the time of his father's death, they had hardly bread to eat, or clothes to cover them. If there had been only himself, he would have managed to get on somehow. But he could not bear to watch his children becoming weaker day by day, and swallowing his pride. At length, he crossed the mountains to his old home where his brother was living. It was the first time for long that the two men had come face to face, and they looked at each other in silence. Then tears rose in the eyes of the elder, but winking them hastily away, he said, "Brother, it is not needful that I should tell you how poor I am. You can see that for yourself. I have not come to beg for money, but only to ask if you will give me those unfinished houses of yours in the city, and I will make them watertight, so that my wife and children can live in them, and that will save our rent. For as they are, they profit you nothing." And the younger brother listened and pitied him, and gave him the houses that he asked for. And the elder went away happy. For some years, things went on as they were. And then the rich brother began to feel lonely, and thought to himself that he was getting older, and it was time for him to be married. The wife he chose was very wealthy, but she was also very greedy, and however much she had, she always wanted more. She was, besides, one of those unfortunate people who invariably fancy that the possessions of other people must be better than their own. Many a time her poor husband regretted the day that he had first seen her, and often her meanness and shabby ways put him to shame. But he had not the courage to rule her. And she only got worse and worse. After she had been married a few months, the bride wanted to go into the city and buy herself some new dresses. She had never been there before, and when she had finished her shopping, she thought she would pay a visit to her unknown sister-in-law and rest for a bit. The house she was seeking was in a broad street and ought to have been very magnificent. But the carved stone portico enclosed a mean little door of rough wood, while a row of beautiful pillars led to nothing. The dwellings on each side were in the same unfinished condition, and water trickled down the walls. Most people would have considered it a wretched place and turned their backs on it as soon as they could. But this lady saw that by spending some money, the houses could be made as splendid as they were originally intended to be, and she instantly resolved to get them for herself. Full of this idea, she walked up the marble staircase and entered the little room where her sister-in-law sat making clothes for her children. The bride seemed full of interest in the houses and asked a great many questions about them, so that her new relations liked her much better than they expected and hoped they might be good friends. However, as soon as she reached home, she went straight to her husband and told him that he must get back those houses from his brother, as they would exactly suit her, and she could easily make them into a palace as fine as the king's. But her husband only told her that she might buy houses in some other part of the town, for she could not have those, as he had long since made a gift of them to his brother, who had lived there for many years past. At this answer, the wife grew very angry. She began to cry and made such a noise that all the neighbors heard her and put their heads out of the windows to see what was the matter. "It was absurd," she sobbed out. "Quite unjust. Indeed, if you came to think of it, the gift was worth nothing, as when her husband made it, he was a bachelor, and since then he had been married, and she had never given her consent to any such thing." And so she lamented all day and all night, till the poor man was nearly worried to death. And at last he did what she wished, and summoned his brother in a court of law to give up the houses which, he said, had only been lent to him. But when the evidence on both sides had been heard, the judge decided in favor of the poor man, which made the rich lady more furious than ever, and she determined not to rest until she had gained the day, if one judge would not give her the houses another should. And so time after time, the case was tried over again, till at last it came before the highest judge of all, in the city of Evora. Her husband was heartily tired and ashamed of the whole affair, but his weakness in not putting a stop to it in the beginning had got him into this difficulty, and now he was forced to go on. On the same day, the two brothers set out on their journey to the city, the rich one on horseback, with plenty of food in his knapsack, the poor one on foot, with nothing but a piece of bread and 4 onions to eat on the way. The road was hilly, and neither could go very fast, and when night fell, they were both glad to see some lights in a window a little distance in front of them. The lights turned out to have been placed there by a farmer who had planned to have a particularly good supper, as it was his wife's birthday, and bade the rich man enter and sit down, while he himself took the horse to the stable. The poor man asked timidly if he might spend the night in a corner, adding that he had brought his own supper with him. Another time, permission might have been refused him, for the farmer was no lover of humble folk. But now he gave the elder brother leave to come in, pointing out a wooden chair where he could sit. Supper was soon served, and very glad the younger brother was to eat it, for his long ride had made him very hungry. The farmer's wife, however, would touch nothing, and at last declared that the only supper she wanted was one of the onions the poor man was cooking at the fire. Of course, he gave it to her, though he would gladly have eaten it himself, as 3 onions are not much at the end of a long day's walk. And soon after, they all went to sleep, the poor man making himself as comfortable as he could in his corner. A few hours later, the farmer was aroused by the cries and groans of his wife. "Oh, I feel so ill. I'm sure I'm going to die," wept she. "It was that onion. I know it was. I wish I had never eaten it. It must have been poisoned. If the man has poisoned you, he shall pay for it," said her husband. And seizing a thick stick, he ran downstairs and began to beat the poor man, who had been sound asleep and had nothing to defend himself with. Luckily, the noise aroused the younger brother, who jumped up and snatched the stick from the farmer's hand, saying, "We are both going to Evora to try a lawsuit. Come too, and accuse him there if he has attempted to rob you or murder you. But don't kill him now, or you will get yourself into trouble." "Well, perhaps you are right," answered the farmer. "But the sooner that fellow has his deserts, the better I shall be pleased." And without more words, he went to the stables and brought out a horse for himself, and also the black Andalusian mare ridden by the rich man, while the poor brother, fearing more ill treatment, started at once on foot. Now, all that night, it had rained heavily and did not seem likely to stop. And in some places, the road was so thick with mud that it was almost impossible to get across it. In one spot, it was so very bad that a mule laden with baggage had got stuck in it. And tug as he might, his master was quite unable to pull him out. The muleteer, in despair, appealed to the 2 horsemen, who were carefully skirting the swamp at some distance off. But they paid no heed to his cries, and he began to talk cheerfully to his mule, hoping to keep up his spirits, declaring that if the poor beast would only have a little patience, help was sure to come, and so it did. For very soon, the poor brother reached the place, bespattered with mud from head to foot, but ready to do all he could to help the mule and his master. First, they set about finding some stout logs of wood to lay down on the marsh so that they could reach the mule, for by this time his frantic struggles had broken his bridle, and he was deeper in than ever. Stepping cautiously along the wood, the poor man contrived to lay hold of the animal's tail, and with a desperate effort, the mule managed to regain his footing on dry ground, but at the cost of leaving his tail in the poor man's hand. When he saw this, the muleteer's anger knew no bounds, and forgetting that, without the help given him, he would have lost his mule altogether, he began to abuse the poor man, declaring that he had ruined his beast, and the law would make him pay for it. Then, jumping on the back of the mule, which was so glad to be out of the choking mud that he did not seem to mind the loss of his tail, the ungrateful wretch rode on, and that evening reached the inn at Evora, where the rich man and the farmer had already arrived for the night. Meanwhile, the poor brother walked wearily along, wondering what other dreadful adventures were in store for him. I shall certainly be condemned for one or other of them, thought he sadly. And after all, if I have to die, I would rather choose my own death than leave it to my enemies. And as soon as he entered Evora, he looked about for a place suitable for carrying out the plan he had made. At length, he found what he sought. But as it was too late and too dark for him to make sure of success, he curled himself up under a doorway and slept till morning. Although it was winter, the sun rose in a clear sky, and its rays felt almost warm when the poor man got up and shook himself. He intended it to be the day of his death, but in spite of that, and of the fact that he was leaving his wife and children behind him, he felt almost cheerful. He had struggled so long and was so very, very tired. But he would not have minded that if he could have proved his innocence and triumphed over his enemies. However, they had all been too clever for him, and he had no strength to fight any more. So he mounted the stone steps that led to the battlements of the city and stopped for a moment to gaze about him. It happened that an old sick man who lived nearby had begged to be carried out and to be laid at the foot of the wall, so that the beams of the rising sun might fall upon him, and he would be able to talk with his friends as they passed by to their work. Little did he guess that on top of the battlements, exactly over his head, stood a man who was taking his last look at the same sun before going to his death that awaited him. But so it was. and as the steeple opposite was touched by the golden light, the poor man shut his eyes and sprang forward. The wall was high, and he flew rapidly through the air. But it was not the ground he touched, only the body of the sick man, who rolled over and died without a groan. As for the other, he was quite unhurt, and was slowly rising to his feet when his arms were suddenly seized and held. "You have killed our father. Do you see? Do you see?" cried two young men. "And you will come with us this instant before the judge and answer for it." "Your father? But I don't know him." "What do you mean?" asked the poor man, who was quite bewildered with his sudden rush through the air, and could not think why he should be accused of this fresh crime. But he got no reply, and was only hurried through the streets to the courthouse, where his brother, the muleteer, and the farmer had just arrived, all as angry as ever, all talking at once, till the judge entered and ordered them to be silent. "I will hear you one by one," he said, and motioned the younger brother to begin. He did not take long to state his case. The unfinished houses were his, left him with the rest of the property by his father, and his brother refused to give them up. In answer, the poor man told in a few words how he had begged the houses from his brother and produced the deed of gift which made him their owner. The judge listened quietly and asked a few questions. Then he gave his verdict. "The houses shall remain the property of the man to whom they were given, and to whom they belong. And as you," he added, turning to the younger brother, "brought this accusation, knowing full well it was wicked and unjust, I order you, besides losing the houses, to pay 1,000 pounds damages to your brother." The rich man heard the judge with rage in his heart, the poor man with surprise and gratitude. But he was not safe yet, for now it was the turn of the farmer. The judge could hardly conceal a smile at the story, and inquired if the wife was dead before the farmer left the house, and received for answer that he was in such a hurry for justice to be done that he had not waited to see. Then the poor man told his tale, and once more judgment was given in his favor, while 1,200 pounds was ordered to be paid him. As for the muleteer, he was informed very plainly that he had proved himself mean and ungrateful for the help that had been given him, and as a punishment he must pay to the poor man a fine of 50 pounds, and hand him over the mule till his tail had grown again. Lastly, there came the 2 sons of the sick man. "This is the wretch who killed our father," they said, "and we demand that he should die also." "How did you kill him?" asked the judge, turning to the accused. And the poor man told how he had leaped from the wall, not knowing that anyone was beneath. "Well, this is my judgment," replied the judge, when they had all spoken. "Let the accused sit under the wall, and let the sons of the dead man jump from the top and fall on him and kill him. And if they will not do this, then they are condemned to pay £800 for their false accusation." The young men looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. "We will pay the fine," said they, and the judge nodded. So the poor man rode the mule home and brought back to his family enough money to keep them in comfort to the end of their days. The one-handed girl, an old couple, once lived in a hut under a grove of palm trees, and they had one son and one daughter. They were all very happy together for many years, and then the father became very ill and felt he was going to die. He called his children to the place where he lay on the floor, for no one had any beds in that country, and said to his son, "I have no herds of cattle to leave you, only the few things there are in the house, for I am a poor man, as you know. But choose, will you have my blessing or my property?" "Your property, certainly," answered the son, and his father nodded. "And you?" asked the old man of the girl, who stood by her brother. "I will have blessing," she answered, and her father gave her much blessing. That night he died, and his wife and son and daughter mourned for him 7 days, and gave him a burial according to the custom of his people. But hardly was the time of mourning over than the mother was attacked by a disease which was common in that country. "I am going away from you," she said to her children in a faint voice. "But first, my son, choose which you will have, blessing or property." "Property, certainly," answered the son. "And you, my daughter?" "I will have blessing," said the girl. And her mother gave her much blessing. And that night she died. When the days of mourning were ended, the brother bade his sister put outside the hut all that belonged to his father and his mother. So the girl put them out, and he took them away, save only a small pot and a vessel in which she could clean her corn. But she had no corn to clean. She sat at home, sad and hungry, when a neighbor knocked at the door. "My pot has cracked in the fire. Lend me yours to cook my supper in, and I will give you a handful of corn in return." And the girl was glad, and that night she was able to have supper herself. And next day another woman borrowed her pot, and then another, and another. For never were known so many accidents as befell the village pots at that time. She soon grew quite fat with all the corn she earned with the help of her pot. And then one evening she picked up a pumpkin seed in a corner and planted it near her well, and it sprang up and gave her many pumpkins. At last it happened that a youth from her village passed through the place where the girl's brother was, and the two met and talked. "What news is there of my sister?" asked the young man, with whom things had gone badly, for he was idle. "She is fat and well-liking," replied the youth, "for the women borrow her mortar to clean their corn, and borrow her pot to cook it in. And for all this, they give her more food than she can eat." And he went his way. Now the brother was filled with envy at the words of the man, and he set out at once, and before dawn he had reached the hut, and saw the pot and the mortar were standing outside. He slung them over his shoulders and departed, pleased with his own cleverness. But when his sister awoke and sought for the pot to cook her corn for breakfast, she could find it nowhere. At length, she said to herself, "Well, some thief must have stolen them while I slept. I will go and see if any of my pumpkins are ripe." And indeed they were, and so many that the tree was almost broken by the weight of them. So she ate what she wanted and took the others to the village and gave them in exchange for corn. And the women said that no pumpkins were as sweet as these, and that she was to bring every day all that she had. In this way, she earned more than she needed for herself, and soon was able to get another mortar and cooking pot in exchange for her corn. Then she thought she was quite rich. Unluckily, someone else thought so too, and this was her brother's wife, who had heard all about the pumpkin tree and sent her slave with a handful of grain to buy her a pumpkin. At first, the girl told him that so few were left that she could not spare any. But when she found that he belonged to her brother, she changed her mind and went out to the tree and gathered the largest and the ripest that was there. "Take this one," she said to the slave, "and carry it back to your mistress. But tell her to keep the corn, as the pumpkin is a gift." The brother's wife was overjoyed at the sight of the fruit, and when she tasted it, she declared it was the nicest she had ever eaten. Indeed, all night she thought of nothing else, and early in the morning she called another slave, for she was a rich woman, and bade him go and ask for another pumpkin. But the girl, who had just been out to look at her tree, told him that they were all eaten. So he went back empty-handed to his mistress. In the evening, her husband returned from hunting a long way off and found his wife in tears. "What is the matter?" asked he. "I sent a slave with some grain to your sister to buy some pumpkins, but she would not sell me any, and told me there were none, though I know she lets other people buy them." "Well, never mind now. Go to sleep," said he, "and tomorrow I will go and pull up the pumpkin tree, and that will punish her for treating you so badly." So before sunrise, he got up and set out for his sister's house and found her cleaning some corn. "Why did you refuse to sell my wife a pumpkin yesterday when she wanted one?" he asked. "The old ones are finished, and the new ones are not yet come," answered the girl. When her slave arrived 2 days ago, there were only 4 left, but I gave him one, and would take no corn for it. "I do not believe you. You have sold them all to other people." "I shall go and cut down the pumpkin," cried her brother in a rage. "If you cut down the pumpkin, you shall cut off my hand with it," exclaimed the girl, running up to her tree and catching hold of it. But her brother followed, and with one blow cut off the pumpkin and her hand too. Then he went into the house and took away everything he could find, and sold the house to a friend of his who had long wished to have it. And his sister had no home to go to. Meanwhile, she had bathed her arm carefully and bound on it some healing leaves that grew nearby, and wrapped a cloth round the leaves, and went to hide in the forest, that her brother might not find her again. For 7 days she wandered about, eating only the fruit that hung from the trees above her. And every night she climbed up and tucked herself safely among the creepers which bound together the big branches, so that neither lions nor tigers nor panthers might get at her. When she woke up on the 7th morning, she saw from her perch smoke coming up from a little town on the edge of the forest. The sight of the huts made her feel more lonely and helpless than before. She longed desperately for a draught of milk from a gourd, for there were no streams in that part, and she was very thirsty. But how was she to earn anything with only one hand? And at this thought, her courage failed, and she began to cry bitterly. It happened that the king's son had come out from the town very early to shoot birds, and when the sun grew hot, he felt tired. "I will lie here and rest under this tree," he said to his attendants. "You can go and shoot instead, and I will just have this slave to stay with me." Away they went, and the young man fell asleep and slept long. Suddenly, he was awakened by something wet and salt falling on his face. "What is that? Is it raining?" he said to his slave. "Go and look." "No, master, it is not raining," answered the slave. "Then climb up the tree and see what it is." And the slave climbed up and came back and told his master that a beautiful girl was sitting up there, and that it must have been her tears which had fallen on the face of the king's son. "Why was she crying?" inquired the prince. "I cannot tell. I did not dare to ask her, but perhaps she would tell you." And the master, greatly wondering, climbed up the tree. "What is the matter with you?" said he gently. And as she only sobbed louder, he continued, "Are you a woman or a spirit of the woods?" "I am a woman," she answered slowly, wiping her eyes with a leaf of the creeper that hung about her. "Then why do you cry?" he persisted. "I have many things to cry for," she replied, "more than you could ever guess." "Come home with me," said the prince. "It is not very far. Come home to my father and mother. I am a king's son." "Then why are you here?" she said, opening her eyes and staring at him. "Once every month, I and my friends shoot birds in the forest," he answered. "But I was tired and bade them leave me to rest. And you, what are you doing up in this tree?" At that, she began to cry again, and told the king's son all that had befallen her since the death of her mother. "I cannot come down with you, for I do not like anyone to see me," she ended with a sob. "Oh, I will manage all that," said the king's son. And swinging himself to a lower branch, he bade his slave go quickly into the town and bring back with him 4 strong men and a curtained litter. When the man was gone, the girl climbed down and hid herself on the ground in some bushes. Very soon, the slave returned with the litter, which was placed on the ground close to the bushes where the girl lay. "Now go, all of you, and call my attendants, for I do not wish to stay here any longer," he said to the men. And as soon as they were out of sight, he bade the girl get into the litter and fasten the curtains tightly. Then he got in on the other side and waited till his attendants came up. "What is the matter, O son of a king?" asked they, breathless with running. "I think I am ill. I am cold," he said. And signing to the bearers, he drew the curtains and was carried through the forest right inside his own house. "Tell my father and mother that I have a fever and want some gruel," said he, "and bid them send it quickly." So the slave hastened to the king's palace and gave his message, which troubled both the king and the queen greatly. A pot of hot gruel was instantly prepared and carried over to the sick man. And as soon as the council which was sitting was over, the king and his ministers went to pay him a visit, bearing a message from the queen that she would follow a little later. Now the prince had pretended to be ill in order to soften his parents' hearts, and the next day he declared he felt better, and getting into his litter was carried to the palace in state, drums being beaten all along the road. He dismounted at the foot of the steps and walked up, a great parasol being held over his head by a slave. Then he entered the cool, dark room where his father and mother were sitting, and said to them, "I saw a girl yesterday in the forest whom I wish to marry, and unknown to my attendants, I brought her back to my house in a litter. Give me your consent, I beg, for no other woman pleases me as well, even though she has but one hand." Of course, the king and queen would have preferred a daughter-in-law with 2 hands, and one who could have brought riches with her. But they could not bear to say no to their son, so they told him it should be as he chose, and that the wedding feast should be prepared immediately. The girl could scarcely believe her good fortune, and in gratitude for all the kindness shown her, was so useful and pleasant to her husband's parents that they soon loved her. By and by, a baby was born to her, and soon after that, the prince was sent on a journey by his father to visit some of the distant towns of the kingdom, and to set right things that had gone wrong. No sooner had he started than the girl's brother, who had wasted all the riches his wife had brought him in recklessness and folly, and was now very poor, chanced to come into the town. And as he passed, he heard a man say, "Do you know that the king's son has married a woman who has lost one of her hands?" On hearing these words, the brother stopped and asked, "Where did he find such a woman?" "In the forest," answered the man, and the cruel brother guessed at once it must be his sister. A great rage took possession of his soul as he thought of the girl whom he had tried to ruin, being after all so much better off than himself. And he vowed that he would work her ill. Therefore, that very afternoon, he made his way to the palace and asked to see the king. When he was admitted to his presence, he knelt down and touched the ground with his forehead. And the king bade him stand up and tell wherefore he had come. "By the kindness of your heart have you been deceived, O king," said he. "Your son has married a girl who has lost a hand. Do you know why she has lost it? She was a witch and has wedded 3 husbands, and each husband she has put to death with her arts. Then the people of the town cut off her hand and turned her into the forest. And what I say is true, for her town is my town also." The king listened, and his face grew dark. Unluckily, he had a hasty temper and did not stop to reason. And, instead of sending to the town and discovering people who knew his daughter-in-law and could have told him how hard she had worked and how poor she had been, he believed all the brothers' lying words and made the queen believe them too. Together, they took counsel what they should do, and in the end, they decided that they also would put her out of the town. But this did not content the brother. "Kill her," he said. "It is no more than she deserves for daring to marry the king's son. Then she can do no more hurt to anyone." "We cannot kill her," answered they. "If we did, our son would assuredly kill us. Let us do as the others did, and put her out of the town." And with this, the envious brother was forced to be content. The poor girl loved her husband very much. But just then, the baby was more to her than all else in the world. And as long as she had him with her, she did not very much mind anything. So, taking her son on her arm and hanging a little earthen pot for cooking round her neck, she left her house with its great peacock fans and slaves and seats of ivory, and plunged into the forest. For a while she walked, not knowing whither she went. Then by and by she grew tired, and sat under a tree to rest and to hush her baby to sleep. Suddenly she raised her eyes and saw a snake wriggling from under the bushes towards her. "I am a dead woman," she said to herself, and stayed quite still. For indeed, she was too frightened to move. In another minute, the snake had reached her side, and to her surprise, he spoke. "Open your earthen pot, and let me go in. Save me from sun, and I will save you from rain." And she opened the pot, and when the snake had slipped in, she put on the cover. Soon she beheld another snake coming after the other one, and when it had reached her, it stopped and said, "Did you see a small gray snake pass this way just now?" "Yes," she answered. "It was going very quickly." "Ah, I must hurry and catch it up," replied the second snake, and it hastened on. When it was out of sight, a voice from the pot said, "Uncover me." And she lifted the lid, and the little gray snake slid rapidly to the ground. "I am safe now," he said. "But tell me, where are you going?" "I cannot tell you, for I do not know," she answered. "I am just wandering in the wood." "Follow me, and let us go home together," said the snake. And the girl followed him through the forest and along the green paths, till they came to a great lake, where they stopped to rest. "The sun is hot," said the snake, "and you have walked far. Take your baby and bathe in that cool place where the boughs of the tree stretch far over the water." "Yes, I will," answered she, and they went in. The baby splashed and crowed with delight, and then he gave a spring and fell right in, down, 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 and his mother could not find him, though she searched all among the reeds. Full of terror, she made her way back to the bank and called to the snake, "My baby is gone. He is drowned, and never shall I see him again." "Go in once more," said the snake, "and feel everywhere, even among the trees that have their roots in the water, lest perhaps he may be held fast there." Swiftly she went back and felt everywhere with her whole hand, even putting her fingers into the tiniest crannies, where a crab could hardly have taken shelter. "No, he is not here," she cried. "How am I to live without him?" But the snake took no notice and only answered, "Put in your other arm, too." "What is the use of that?" she asked. "When it has no hand to feel with?" But all the same, she did as she was bid, and in an instant the wounded arm touched something round and soft, lying between two stones in a clump of reeds. "My baby, my baby," she shouted, and lifted him up, merry and laughing, and not a bit hurt or frightened. "Have you found him this time?" asked the snake. "Yes, oh yes," she answered. "And why, I have got my hand back again." And from sheer joy, she burst into tears. The snake let her weep for a little while, and then he said, "Now we will journey on to my family, and we will all repay you for the kindness you showed to me. You have done more than enough in giving me back my hand," replied the girl. But the snake only smiled. "Be quick, lest the sun should set," he answered, and began to wriggle along so fast that the girl could hardly follow him. By and by, they arrived at the house in a tree where the snake lived, when he was not traveling with his father and mother. And he told them all his adventures, and how he had escaped from his enemy. The father and mother snake could not do enough to show their gratitude. They made their guest lie down on a hammock woven of the strong creepers which hung from bough to bough, till she was quite rested after her wanderings, while they watched the baby and gave him milk to drink from the coconuts, which they persuaded their friends, the monkeys, to crack for them. They even managed to carry small fruit tied up in their tails for the baby's mother, who felt at last that she was safe and at peace. Not that she forgot her husband, for she often thought of him and longed to show him her son. And in the night she would sometimes lie awake and wonder where he was. In this manner, many weeks passed by. And what was the prince doing? Well, he had fallen very ill when he was on the furthest border of the kingdom, and he was nursed by some kind people who did not know who he was, so that the king and queen heard nothing about him. When he was better, he made his way slowly home again, and into his father's palace, where he found a strange man standing behind the throne with the peacock's feathers. This was his wife's brother, whom the king had taken into high favor, though, of course, the prince was quite ignorant of what had happened. For a moment, the king and queen stared at their son as if he had been unknown to them. He had grown so thin and weak during his illness that his shoulders were bowed like those of an old man. "Have you forgotten me so soon?" he asked. At the sound of his voice, they gave a cry and ran towards him and poured out questions as to what had happened and why he looked like that. But the prince did not answer any of them. "How is my wife?" he said. There was a pause. Then the queen replied, "She is dead." "Dead," he repeated, stepping a little backwards. "And my child, he is dead too." The young man stood silent. Then he said, "Show me their graves." At these words, the king, who had been feeling rather uncomfortable, took heart again. For had he not prepared 2 beautiful tombs for his son to see, so that he might never, never guess what had been done to his wife? All these months, the king and queen had been telling each other how good and merciful they had been not to take her brother's advice and to put her to death. But now, this somehow did not seem so certain. Then the king led the way to the courtyard just behind the palace and through the gate into a beautiful garden where stood 2 splendid tombs in a green space under the trees. The prince advanced alone, and resting his head against the stone, he burst into tears. His father and mother stood silently behind, with a curious pang in their souls, which they did not quite understand. Could it be that they were ashamed of themselves? But after a while, the prince turned round, and walking past them into the palace, he bade the slaves bring him mourning. For 7 days, no one saw him, but at the end of them, he went out hunting and helped his father rule his people as before. Only no one dared to speak to him of his wife and son. At last, one morning, after the girl had been lying awake all night thinking of her husband, she said to her friend the snake, "You have all shown me much kindness, but now I am well again, and want to go home and hear some news of my husband, and if he still mourns for me." Now the heart of the snake was sad at her words, but he only said, "Yes, thus it must be. Go and bid farewell to my father and mother. But if they offer you a present, see that you take nothing but my father's ring and my mother's casket." So she went to the parent snakes, who wept bitterly at the thought of losing her, and offered her gold and jewels, as much as she could carry in remembrance of them. But the girl shook her head and pushed the shining heap away from her. "I shall never forget you. Never," she said in a broken voice. "But the only tokens I will accept from you are that little ring and this old casket." The two snakes looked at each other in dismay. The ring and the casket were the only things they did not want her to have. Then, after a short pause, they spoke. "Why do you want the ring and casket so much? Who has told you of them?" "Oh, nobody. It is just my fancy," answered she. But the old snakes shook their heads and replied, "Not so. It is our son who told you." And as he said, so it must be. If you need food, or clothes, or a house, tell the ring, and it will find them for you. And if you are unhappy or in danger, tell the casket, and it will set things right. Then they both gave her their blessing, and she picked up her baby and went her way. She walked for a long time, till at length she came near the town where her husband and his father dwelt. Here she stopped under a grove of palm trees and told the ring that she wanted a house. "It is ready, mistress," whispered a queer little voice, which made her jump. And looking behind her, she saw a lovely palace made of the finest woods, and a row of slaves with tall fans bowing before the door. Glad indeed was she to enter, for she was very tired, and, after eating a good supper of fruit and milk, which she found in one of the rooms, she flung herself down on a pile of cushions and went to sleep with her baby beside her. Here she stayed quietly, and every day the baby grew taller and stronger, and very soon he could run about and even talk. Of course, the neighbors had a great deal to say about the house which had been built so quickly, so very quickly, on the outskirts of the town, and invented all kinds of stories about the rich lady who lived in it. And by, when the king returned with his son from the wars, some of these tales reached his ears. "It is really very odd about that house under the palms," he said to the queen. "I must find out something of the lady whom no one ever sees. I dare say it is not a lady at all, but a gang of conspirators who want to get possession of my throne. Tomorrow I shall take my son and my chief ministers and insist on getting inside soon after sunrise." Next day, the prince's wife was standing on a little hill behind the house when she saw a cloud of dust coming through the town. A moment afterwards, she heard faintly the roll of the drums that announced the king's presence, and saw a crowd of people approaching the grove of palms. Her heart beat fast. Could her husband be among them? In any case, they must not discover her there, so just bidding the ring prepare some food for them, she ran inside and bound a veil of golden gauze round her head and face. Then, taking the child's hand, she went to the door and waited. In a few minutes, the whole procession came up, and she stepped forward and begged them to come in and rest. "Willingly," answered the king. "Go first, and we will follow you." They followed her into a long, dark room, in which was a table covered with gold cups and baskets filled with dates and coconuts and all kinds of ripe, yellow fruits. And the king and the prince sat upon cushions and were served by slaves, while the ministers, among whom she recognized her own brother, stood behind. "Ah, I owe all my misery to him," she said to herself. "From the first, he has hated me." But outwardly, she showed nothing. And when the king asked her what news there was in the town, she only answered, "You have ridden from? Eat first, and drink, for you must be hungry and thirsty. And then I will tell you my news." "You speak sense," answered the king, and silence prevailed for some time longer. Then he said, "Now, lady, I have finished and am refreshed. Therefore tell me, I pray you, who you are and whence you come. But first, be seated." She bowed her head and sat down on a big scarlet cushion, drawing her little boy, who was asleep in a corner, onto her knee, and began to tell the story of her life. As her brother listened, he would fain have left the house and hidden himself in the forest. But it was his duty to wave the fan of peacock's feathers over the king's head to keep off the flies. And he knew he would be seized by the royal guards if he tried to desert his post. He must stay where he was. There was no help for it. And luckily for him, the king was too much interested in the tale to notice that the fan had ceased moving, and that flies were dancing right on the top of his thick, curly hair. The story went on, but the storyteller never once looked at the prince, even through her veil, though he, on his side, never moved his eyes from her. When she reached the part where she had sat weeping in the tree, the king's son could restrain himself no longer. "It is my wife," he cried, springing to where she sat with the sleeping child in her lap. "They have lied to me, and you are not dead after all, nor the boy either. But what has happened? Why did they lie to me? And why did you leave my house where you were safe?" And he turned and looked fiercely at his father. "Let me finish my tale first, and then you will know," answered she, throwing back her veil. And she told how her brother had come to the palace and accused her of being a witch, and had tried to persuade the king to slay her. "But he would not do that," she continued softly. "And after all, if I had stayed on in your house, I should never have met the snake, nor have got my hand back again. So let us forget all about it, and be happy once more, for see, our son is growing quite a big boy." "And what shall be done to your brother?" asked the king, who was glad to think that someone had acted in this matter worse than himself. "Put him out of the town," answered she. "The Bones of Djulung, in a beautiful island that lies in the southern seas, where chains of gay orchids bind the trees together, and the days and nights are equally long and nearly equally hot. There once lived a family of 7 sisters. Their father and mother were dead, and they had no brothers, so the eldest girl ruled over the rest, and they all did as she bade them. One sister had to clean the house, a second carried water from the spring in the forest, a third cooked their food, while to the youngest fell the hardest task of all, for she had to cut and bring home the wood, which was to keep the fire continually burning. This was very hot and tiring work, and when she had fed the fire and heaped up in a corner the sticks that were to supply it till the next day, she often threw herself down under a tree and went sound asleep. One morning, however, as she was staggering along with her bundle on her back, she thought that the river which flowed past their hut looked so cool and inviting that she determined to bathe in it, instead of taking her usual nap. Hastily piling up her load by the fire and thrusting some sticks into the flame, she ran down to the river and jumped in. How delicious it was diving and swimming and floating in the dark forest, where the trees were so thick that you could hardly see the sun. But after a while, she began to look about her, and her eyes fell on a little fish that seemed made out of a rainbow. So brilliant were the colors he flashed out. "I should like him for a pet," thought the girl. And the next time the fish swam by, she put out her hand and caught him. Then she ran along the grassy path till she came to a cave in front of which a stream fell over some rocks into a basin. Here she put her little fish, whose name was Djulung, and promising to return soon and bring him some dinner, she went away. By the time she got home, the rice for their dinner was ready cooked, and the eldest sister gave the other 6 their portions in wooden bowls. But the youngest did not finish hers, and when no one was looking, stole off to the fountain in the forest, where the little fish was swimming about. "See, I have not forgotten you," she cried, and one by one she let the grains of rice fall into the water, where the fish gobbled them up greedily, for he had never tasted anything so nice. "That is all for today," she said at last, "but I will come again tomorrow." And bidding him goodbye, she went down the path. Now the girl did not tell her sisters about the fish, but every day she saved half of her rice to give him, and called him softly in a little song she had made for herself. If she sometimes felt hungry, no one knew of it, and indeed, she did not mind that much when she saw how the fish enjoyed it. And the fish grew fat and big, but the girl grew thin and weak, and the loads of wood felt heavier every day. And at last her sisters noticed it. Then they took counsel together and watched her to see what she did. And one of them followed her to the fountain where Djulung lived, and saw her give him all the rice she had saved from her breakfast. Hastening home, the sister told the others what she had witnessed, and that a lovely fat fish might be had for the catching. So the eldest sister went and caught him, and he was boiled for supper. But the youngest sister was away in the woods and did not know anything about it. Next morning, she went as usual to the cave and sang her little song. But no Djulung came to answer it. Twice and thrice she sang, then threw herself on her knees by the edge and peered into the dark water. But the trees cast such a deep shadow that her eyes could not pierce it. Djulung cannot be dead, or his body would be floating on the surface, she said to herself. And rising to her feet, she set out homewards, feeling all of a sudden strangely tired. "What is the matter with me?" she thought. But somehow or other, she managed to reach the hut and threw herself down in a corner, where she slept so soundly that for days no one was able to wake her. At length, one morning early, a cock began to crow so loud that she could sleep no longer. And as he continued to crow, she seemed to understand what he was saying, and that he was telling her that Djulung was dead, killed and eaten by her sisters, and that his bones lay buried under the kitchen fire. Very softly she got up and took up the large stone under the fire, and creeping out, carried the bones to the cave by the fountain, where she dug a hole and buried them anew. And as she scooped out the hole with a stick, she sang a song, bidding the bones grow till they became a tree that reached up so high into the heavens that its leaves would fall across the sea into another island, whose king would pick them up. As there was no Djulung to give her rice to, the girl soon became fat again. And as she was able to do her work as of old, her sisters did not trouble about her. They never guessed that when she went into the forest to gather her sticks, she never failed to pay a visit to the tree, which grew taller and more wonderful day by day. Never was such a tree seen before. Its trunk was of iron. Its leaves were of silk, its flowers of gold, and its fruit of diamonds. And one evening, though the girl did not know it, a soft breeze took one of the leaves and blew it across the sea to the feet of one of the king's attendants. What a curious leaf! I have never beheld one like it before. I must show it to the king, he said. And when the king saw it, he declared he would never rest until he had found the tree which bore it, even if he had to spend the rest of his life in visiting the islands that lay all round. Happily for him, he began with the island that was nearest. And here in the forest, he suddenly saw, standing before him, the iron tree, its boughs covered with shining leaves, like the one he carried about him. But what sort of a tree is it? And how did it get here? He asked of the attendants he had with him. No one could answer him, but as they were about to pass out of the forest, a little boy went by. And the king stopped and inquired if there was anyone living in the neighborhood whom he might question. 7 girls live in a hut down there, replied the boy, pointing with his finger to where the sun was setting. Then go and bring them here, and I will wait, said the king. And the boy ran off and told the sisters that a great chief, with strings of jewels round his neck, had sent for them. Pleased and excited, the 6 elder sisters at once followed the boy. But the youngest, who was busy, and who did not care about strangers, stayed behind to finish the work she was doing. The king welcomed the girls eagerly and asked them all manner of questions about the tree, but as they had never even heard of its existence, they could tell him nothing. And if we, who live close by the forest, do not know, you may be sure no one does, added the eldest, who was rather cross at finding this was all that the king wanted of them. But the boy told me there were 7 of you, and there are only 6 here, said the king. Oh, the youngest is at home, but she is always half asleep, and is of no use except to cut wood for the fire, replied they in a breath. That may be, but perhaps she dreams, answered the king. Anyway, I will speak to her also. Then he signed to one of his attendants, who followed the path that the boy had taken to the hut. Soon the man returned, with the girl walking behind him. And as soon as she reached the tree, it bowed, or 215, itself to the earth before her, and she stretched out her hand and picked some of its leaves and flowers and gave them to the king. The maiden who can work such wonders is fitted to be the wife of the greatest chief, he said. And so he married her and took her with him across the sea to his own home, where they lived happy forever after.